Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and this is one of those live streams. So there's a number of things I'm looking to do today. By the way, I have chat up and everything. This is going to be a Godot day, but I've also got some details to take care of first. Namely, I'm making more reverbs. And I've made myself my second cup of coffee for today, so I should be able to settle in. Slightly higher background noise today because I have a fan from my basement that is going, and an overhead fan that is also going, because there's a ceiling fan in here. And these are all for the purpose of having me not melt from the heat, because this is one of those days where we're having that heat dome going on again. I don't have air conditioning, but the way that fans ventilate my place is pretty well thought out. It's using heat from inside the house to rise and sort of power the fan from the basement, which being underground is always a little bit cooler, and an exhaust fan in the attic, which is actually wonderfully well sound insulated, but it's also a really powerful exhaust fan. So heat rises and gets sucked out and spat out the sides of the attic. And it's reasonably okay. It's not up to full-on air conditioning, but it's gonna keep me safe and hopefully able to focus today. Along those lines, here's what I've been doing. Here's all of our reverbs so far, including these ones which are not marked. The ones that are not marked are so little peak energy relative to RMS that they have an unusually thick sound, which is kind of like this. I find the thick sound tends to come forward, but there's going to be ways I can use that. I realized that last live stream, on stream in fact. And then here's where we have some of these. Let's see, do I have, I guess this was the most recent one. High peak energy relative to RMS. So what I'm finding with this particular blend of Into the Matrix is that it was making kind of the snare fall back in an interesting way. Like the sound of the space being simulated by this effect. Sometimes it'll make the snare sort of rear up and come out at you. This one kind of sucked the space into the snare in a weird way, as if it wasn't as loud as it had been. Again. It's like I don't hear the snare as much. And it's clearly there. By contrast, very different. And it's very easy to hear what the snare is doing. There's a double hit coming. So that's obvious and loud, but with this, what's happening is it feels like the kick is coming out more and the snare is pulling back in an odd way. And I'm assuming the reason it's doing that is because the snare is pushing more peak energy relative to RMS. It's something I want to explore a little more, so before getting into the Godot programming, I have work to do here. Namely, it's time for me to measure and calculate all of these using my little reference card, which I've been using for some time now. Average minus max. And I get to color code this stuff. And I've opened that twice. So what I'm going to be doing for 15 of these, because that's as many as I have, which is good. I don't want to have too many because it's boring. But I didn't get around to doing this work this morning, so I have to do it now. Oh, and this looks very promising. See what that says there? 1453 average RMS dB minus 460. It's a 9.93 average minus max. That translates to a bright fire engine red peak versus RMS measurement. So what that's going to sound like, because I have yet to hear it, I generated all of these in quick succession. Sounds like this. The number 335 represents a rather small room. This is definitely going to work as a drum room kind of sound. In fact, it might even make it as like a faux drum stone room. And then as it continues, I hear a couple of thumps as a test tone. And there's a guitar in the same room. So I've heard enough. That will be a nice addition to these other ones. Note that even the same number, that was 335, closest I have is 345, doesn't necessarily sound the same. Weird thumpy washy thing going on. Much more realistic. Or a 280. That's another realistic one, but without quite the intensity of the one that I did this morning. And again, they can do sort of weird, funny things. Behaviors like this are the kinds of behaviors that I might put into like a dubby reverb or something that was meant to act like a spring reverb or something. But you can hear how different they are, and that's even including the fact that they are the same peak versus RMS level. There's work that I can do on Into the Matrix, which is also a Godot program, so that fits with my title card. There were a couple of things I was thinking of. Let's see, twisted wave, analyze. I'll keep talking my way through this stuff. This one's not going to have as much of a peak. It's 1370 minus 5.92, which is still not too shabby. That is 7.78. I color code those in green. I'll come around afterwards and play them in sequence. The line of text has to do with the settings of this program, and that, more than anything else, is what's changing the sound of it. The settings control the fitness function for the genetic algorithm. That's what's producing these sounds. .663, so even less peakiness. A little quick back and forth while we're at it. Might as well. Oh, that's not how we do that. So here's the very high peak energy one. And the next 539 is very low peak energy. Here it's fuller. There is more thickness to it. The reverb is taking up more space, getting in front of the sound, compared to roughly the same amount of energy in there, but it's all peak energy, so you feel it more than hear it. And these are the things I'm trying to do there. Yeah, I can come up with a spring. It remains to be seen whether I can adjust these letters, adjust these fitness functions to find what a spring would actually mean. Because so far I've been stumbling across things that have spring-like qualities. It is just possible, maybe not today, but it's possible I'll be able to work out what the fitness functions would be for maximizing that spring-like quality. It's going to be combinations of, should the energy be in front of the reverb return or towards the end, like a plate is more in front and a hall is more towards the end. Whether there is a peak energy or RMS energy predominating will probably have a lot to do with it. Probably it'll be RMS happy because it'll be a obvious sound that comes forward rather than something that vanishes. One thing at a time. First, well, who am I to say one thing at a time? I never do one thing at a time. Or at least work-wise, I never do one thing at a time. So that's 763, so that is going to be color-coded green if I'm not mistaken. Yep. I may go through and throw away all the green or all the blue ones at some point. Hate or gate, is that what you mean? Is that a typo? Or did you simply not like the spring reverb because you were stuck with it? $8.95. Here's another pretty good performer. I mean, I have these numbers indicating seats, but I think it has long since stopped indicating anything of the sort. Oh, fair. Yeah, I don't tend to gravitate towards wanting a sound that obvious for everything. That said, it can be very vibey. It's a really strong flavor. It's not anything like actual reverb, mind you, but it's a strong flavor. Or a reverb if you were in a giant oil tank, maybe. If he hates spring reverb and I make one that's actually good, then he'd hate that one. Like, that's how these things work. Understand, that is how these things work and why I do so many different kinds of things. That's a 7. I'll finish this up soon and then I'll be able to refocus. Like, if I'm really properly getting the essence of what the spring reverbiness is like, then it will be a factor of the people who love that are over the moon about it. And then the people who can't stand it will think it's the worst thing ever. And that will mean that my job is well done. Another 7. Been having an interesting time in the old since this weekend. Have had a number of interesting run-ins with people of various sorts. One was a guy responding to the most recent plugin, namely KBeyond, and the other was somebody who I didn't recognize who it was at first, and so I feel bad about that, but I did my best. They'd been doing a push request to Airwindows with a change in some comment. And as near as I could tell, I couldn't understand why that would be a thing. And so I thought it was somebody, again, I didn't recognize who it was, who was like trying to get familiarized with what it took to get me to start accepting their pull requests, at which point they would start reprogramming all of my stuff, and that wouldn't really fly for me. What I didn't know, this is somebody who is porting my stuff to Eurorack. He's one of the people involved with like disting. He's the expert sleepers guy. And the fact that I had comments that were out of place in one plugin mid-side was screwing up his work and causing him to manually, he was maintaining a fork, meaning that he had to go through extra steps to bring in the new plugins. And he was doing that every week and not really making a big fuss about it. But me changing one thing would allow him to work with the direct Airwindows repository and not maintain a fork of it. And once I understood that, I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I fixed the thing. And I pushed the button and did the first pull request Airwindows has ever done to accept this pull request, in which he fixed a typo on the repository that he was using, so he wouldn't have to maintain a fork to get his thing to work. What he didn't know was that I then had to spend the rest of the afternoon, well, a piece of the afternoon, going in and fixing that same weird little idiosyncrasy on every repository. Linux, Windows VST, Mac VST, signed, and retro. And then I had to go back to the retro machine and change it there because I needed to have all the things in like my brain and code consistent. And to make sure if I ever brought it over again, it wouldn't just bring that bug up again. And it was not, it was a bug for if you had written a certain kind of parser. But my hope is that people are able to do things like that with my stuff. Eventually they'll have to, because I won't be there to do it. Somebody was like, oh, thank you for bringing these endless plugins. I'm like, dude, I'm 57. Come on. But that's why that's important to me. Let's see, here is a color-coded purple. Look at how far we've come. We're really making some progress here. Any of these could also show up as one of the high peak energy ones. It's funny how people don't understand what peak energy even is or does, so they get rid of it most of the time these days. Whereas here I am making plugins where the reverb sounds extra realistic because I know to include it, or even emphasize it. Here's a 7.3, color-coded blue. And let's see, the other thing that was happening was literally on the KBeon post. Wow, I didn't notice that until I did it. I have a new high score as far as how much peak energy relative to RMS. Look at this thing. Average RMS 16.35, and the maximum is all the way up to 6.34. This is a huge difference. That's amazing. I don't even have a color to assign to that. This is to go by the red color because I have nothing to represent how peak happy this is. So let's finish off by doing this, and we won't have to do any more of them. But then let's explore what this thing does. I want to hear what that sounds like. And 14.31, 7.88. And that's literally the opposite extreme. So opposite to the extent as far as the tags will go, because there's an even farther opposite, which is it rates so low that it doesn't even get measured on this standard. By the way, rather than simply put that back, I should grab and bring out these other things because today is about starting the program that handles this stuff. It's going to involve a bunch of tedious things, but I should be able to at least get us in these. This is probably the part I'm going to start with. I should be able to at least get some form of data structure in place. After all, I'm going to have most likely about 6 hours to work at it, so I should be able to get at least something down in code. So before we move all of these over, firstly, I have taken to not trying to sort these by size anymore. Instead, I'm doing this because as far as use of my time, with respect to that business of like, oh, you never know how much time you have, I could have to go and pick up my car from my car's in the shop again. Muffler fell off. The other half of the muffler rusted through and fell apart. If I am called upon to walk back to the garage to pick up the car, it'll be during like 100-degree weather, and I'm not thrilled at the idea of making that walk in that heat. I don't think it would be healthy for me. So if I can, I'm going to stall and pick the car up tomorrow morning. Hopefully all of these things will be done. But yeah, as far as useful uses of my time, sorting these by the size is not anymore a useful use of my time. This has got like all of my different sounds, including stuff like this. I've really been, at the very beginning, I was sorting them by size, but now you have to look it up by the code number in there too. And I'm just making sure that all of the secret codes are slightly different. I'm always experimenting with new settings on this thing. But yeah, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and there we are. And then cut that. Save and close it. And paste this in. Right at the end. Boop. This is a 43,000. It's like half the size of a novel now, but all the words are simply const int. What's that? 2,000 lines. All right. See you later, Paul. I'm hoping other people get to make reverbs this way too. That's why I've made all of the tools available to you, but we'll be poking around with that a little bit more. And I acknowledge that I have put in the time on this. So here's my SD card upon which I copied all of these things over. Here's the sound that I just discovered. And then we'll go through all these other ones and go right up to the last one, which is the opposite. It's all RMS. And then one step above that is the super peak-happy one that is more than twice the size of the room. So obviously bigger room, more RMS. It's thicker sounding. What do we get from this 818? I think that might be my new largest reverb of that sonority. I think it's very similar to K Beyond. I think what it's doing is sounding like a realistic room. It happens to be a larger one. Sound kind of evaporates. It's interesting. And then I'm going to allow the guitar to play so I can hear it. That is an impressively clear sound for something with that much reverb. You are hearing monitors? And currently what I've got, although I have considered the idea of building my own monitors, and I may yet try to do that. If I do that, that's going to be open source hardware, in that I will show you how to do it, and it'll probably be very difficult for me to make and ship them because they'll be fragile. Oh, you're referring to these blips, aren't you? I think this one sounds very good on the blips. It sounds very distant in there. So what I'm using for the studio monitoring, I'm coming out of a Lavry DA10. It's not a particularly new converter. I've had it for a really long time. I kind of started with it. Some of my oldest work was done on the Lavry DA10 through just Sennheiser headphones. And that is feeding Channel Islands monoblock amplifiers. They are relatively small, very energy efficient. They're Class D amplifiers. They're some of the earlier Class D amplifiers out of the audiophile sphere. So they are based on the same kind of integrated circuit chip design that Class D amplifiers usually are on. What makes them be audiophile grade, apart from the fact that they haven't broken down on me for years, so far I'm happy with their durability, is that the power supply for the Class D chip, which is you can buy those. It'll cost you, I don't know, $30 or something. But the power supplies for each of them are ginormous toroidal transformers. So it's designed to really support those Class D circuits with everything they need. And those are going through, currently, I haven't built cables. I could build cables for people and sell those. That would be amusing. You'd have to specify how long they could be, and there's only so long that they could be. But weaving cables out of copper wire could be an amusing thing to do. Come up with something where I think it might have a pleasing sound to it. But I'm currently just running sort of generico monster cable, which is about the same thing as just lamp cord, It's about the same thing as just an extension cord, not very different. And the speakers are simply Yamaha NS10s. I've souped them up a little bit, but only by taking the grills off the tweeters. So much like some audiophile speakers, the tweeters are exposed, so I have to be cautious of them. And I never do them loud enough to blow up the woofers or tweeters, so I'm fairly cautious about that. And the Channel Islands are not really that powerful, so they don't go for high volume. I have adjusted the damping on the internal panels. They've got like those automobile car door damper things in them. I forget, Dynamat. That's the name of it. Sort of tar with heavy aluminum backing it. And the insides are lined with that, so that if you tapped on the wood, it wouldn't ring. It would just sort of go tuck. That's a normal audiophile thing to do, is just go to extremes to make resonance of things diminish or resonate in the way that you want. It's not always about making the resonance be as constrained as possible. Sometimes it's taking resonances and reshaping them so that they die away quicker, which is what the Yamaha woofer does, in fact. One of the secrets of the NS10 sound is the clarity of time energy. Similarly to how I lean on peak energy over RMS, what the NS10s do is present peak energy without turning it into RMS through resonances. And it does that in a number of ways. One of them is there is no bass reflex port on them. So they have very limited low frequency extension, and I'm not using it. I have dual subwoofers, which are just made from Parts Express kits. But the dual subwoofers are like underneath my desk, and each of them is connected to by one of the Yamahas. The speaker output goes to the subwoofer. So I don't have to care whether the Yamahas have low frequency extension, because it's not its job to do. But the cutoff will cut off more slowly, seeing as the Yamahas are sealed boxes rather than bass reflex ports. But also, the woofer cone of the NS10 is a glued paper cylinder. So the contour of a speaker cone has great significance to the sound of it. And this is true of things like guitar speakers, but it's most definitely true of studio monitors. Often you'll get people working with like woofer cones and things. They expect to be able to go deeper into the bass. And so they're basically treating it as physical engineering and making cones that don't vibrate or vibrate only in certain ways. The surround also has great importance. NS10s, half-roll foam surround. But the fact that they are a simple cone means that the flexibility of the material is greatly diminished. So it's essentially compelled to move in a pistonic form or break up. And the way that it breaks up is extremely unpleasant, but also dissipates energy very quickly. You could have something which was much more smooth in terms of taking input and deforming in a way that was, more elegant, turning into like resonances and things and making a softer, more blended sound. That's possible. What it's going to do is take away peak energy, convert it to RMS, which I tend to want to avoid. And then as it breaks up and dissipates energy, it will do that in ways that hang on to more energy. Like if you have a bell and the bell is ringing, but then if you thin down the bell until it was like paper thin, it would arguably simply break if you hit it. But then if you had a bronze bell that was paper thin, it would act more like a cymbal than a bell. And as such, it would dissipate energy much quicker and over many more frequencies. Well, an NSN woofer is not a bell. It's a piece of paper. The fact that there is a glued seam in there has significance because it's changing the physical structure of it, causing it to break up in funny directions. It's changing the way that the breakup and energy dissipation happens. This is intentionally used by some people, like Infinity have long made woven speaker cones, either Kevlar, carbon fiber, whatever, meaning that most of the structure of those is the epoxy, but then the Kevlar or carbon fiber being very resistant to stretching pulls the cone along a shape rather than uniformly. The cone will buckle as you yank it one direction, and that will cause a certain kind of bell mode shape to happen in the cone. Because if you see high-speed photography of a cone generating loud acoustic noise, it's hardly pistonic. None of these things are pistonic. The dome of your tweeter is not pistonic. They're all just wiggly warbly all over the place. All of our speakers are. It's a question of what's happening with them. This is why one of the things I'd like to do is experiment with, more peak-happy speaker designs, which I intend to try to do using those simple dual cone speakers that you can get. You can get these basic like roof of the mall type speakers. I've got a bunch of them. I haven't put them into use yet, but I got 10 of them way back in the day, specifically for the purpose of doing these experiments. And I have a bunch of ideas around that, and very few of them have to do with building big studio monitors out of wood. Although I should show you if I have it handy. Just a moment. I'm going to close this thought so that I don't have to think about it anymore. This gets dragged over to here. Those are now gone. I've got a couple of very high RMS ones, and then these ones in the middle. A bunch of them centered around here. This is going to be a very large category, which isn't going to have a lot of interest for me. Although if I can work out particular types of sound that need to gravitate to this kind of RMS peak blend, that's when that will become useful. So maybe I'll keep them. A couple of those, very few of those, and then a couple of super hot ones. Although interestingly, not the longest duration one I have. That's interesting. I thought it was going to be. But no. Instead, this is a big room, but then 955 there is an even bigger room. Realistic sounding. More sort of whumping echoing. Obvious echoing. And it feels like it's a different texture to the materials the room is made out of. So what do we see that's different between these things? Well, this one starts with GG, but this one starts with BG. What that tells me is when we lean in this direction, oh, and I've got one that's the opposite, is GE. And the one I've just done, GD and GC. So what we're learning here, the shape of the reverb coming out. I introduced special stuff to make it so that there were always immediate echo reflections. What's happening with this one from June 20th, 4 days ago, that's how much progress I've made in 4 days. What's going on with the one that's BG is it is rating what's good or bad by the presence of echoes in the calculation, and they're weighted based on those letters. The very first two letters are echo density at the beginning of the reverb and echo density at the end. So typically higher means this affects the final score more. So the difference we have here is if we count the initial part very heavily, although we're forcing it to be quick echoes by a different thing, and then the end can be just about anything, we get something where the end of the reverb has certain characteristics. This 1902 BG means that it doesn't care what happens right up front, but then it cares very much about the end of the reverb tail. Specifically, when I say it cares very much about, that means if sounds end up in this region, the thing is counted as bad. So for this one, the one that I did today, GD means it counts sound ending up in the front as bad, but I also have a separate thing going on. You'll see that the last two letters, the last letters in there are different. It's also being forced to have sound up front, but it's being very fussy about whatever sound that is. whereas the 1BG means it does not care very much. Oh, and I am still, that one is still caring about the earliness of the first sound coming in. Hard to say. This one right next to it is from June 12th. So there's a certain sort of echoiness going on, like this. That's happening because the reverb is contained within a tight band. You tighten it and tighten it until it becomes like a slapback. It's just a return sound. Like a slapback. Whereas if the reverb tail is spread out, so some of it is happening immediately, and then it's continuing to decay, and there are echoes in the beginning, middle, and end. We pretty much immediately hear it. So the interesting thing about that is that there's a thing, I don't think it's called Gib effect, but Bob Katz, the mastering engineer, built this into a processor of his called K-Stereo. And I don't remember the name of the concept, but one of the things that goes on is you can mask things by placing them closely enough to the initial sound. So if you have an initial sound and then something that's like 10 milliseconds later, you won't hear that as its own echo. You will hear it as part of the initial sound. That's more or less what I'm doing with this stuff here. And that will do for now. The thing I was looking to get and show see whether I can do that. Could it be over here? No. This is me looking for something. Let me look for it a little bit more. If I have to give up, I will. But I know this is a thing that exists. I don't know where it went. Although, dang it. Okay, that's sad. I can't find it. I can find something like it. I'm saving these things because I can burn them in the wood stove. They are obviously toilet paper rolls. So I designed, and I have somewhere a cardboard model in miniature size of a speaker that I designed to be made out of giant Maybe I even have pictures. Permit me to continue to explore. Nope. From phone, oh, definitely not. That's much, much later. Oh dear. Well, you can't have everything. Instagram files, could I have used these? No, these are other tinkering projects, but they are not, or are they? I have a picture of an old drum kit of mine. That's kind of amusing. Also, no bueno. That's not it. That ain't it, Chief. What about this? Well, we've got some Airwindows things. I can't find any of this. Could it be in one of my documents folders? Oldest media. Oh dear God. Well, there's something here. This isn't what I wanted to show you. That's what I did Dragons on. It's a Mac Performa 575. Those are the synths I had. Actually, those are after the synths I had. So apparently I was doing some sounds with a Fender M80 preamp. What's directly under it is literally my own guitar amplifier thingy of some sort. That's an Alesis DM5. I also had a D4, which was better. I still have that Kurzweil micro piano, but it's not working as well as I'd like. It's a Lexicon MPX something or other, and a Kawai G-Mega, which I don't think I have anymore, and a Kawai K4R. And these are some of the things that made the kinds of sounds I was using. That is yet another era in Airwindows, well before plugins actually were a thing. I still have this amplifier. That's an old Power Mac. That's like a Power PC, so it's well pre-Intel. I still have the top of that desk. I don't know how I got this thing back home back in the day. And you'll notice a tinge here. That is a fur-lined aluminum dryer vent. The output fan of the computer goes to that. And to the sides, the shiny things are the surfaces of speakers. You mentioned giant wooden speakers. Well, back in the day, I was building things like this. It's a big sort of trapezoidal shape. You can see it's got some handles on it for moving around. Those are shelf standards, and they're just screwed on with a screw everywhere I could fit one by way of stiffening the sidewalls. It is that deep because it's sort of like almost a transmission line thing. The speakers need to have space behind them. And it's a 12, 10, 8, and 6.5. You can't see the 6.5 because there's a grill over it. And old CRT screen. Here you can see another speaker, and that is a joystick for playing. I think I still have most of this in my basement, if not all of it. I'm not sure if any of it would still work though. It's a joystick for playing Air Warrior back in the day, and it is entirely homemade. I took the potentiometers out of a existing joystick and built that thing to use them, so that I had better ability to control the airplane with the delicate motions that you had to make. And it's soldered together from a whole bunch of plumbing parts. This is the kind of, like, this was the stuff I could afford when I was this age. Again, this is before the plugins. And that is ghetto as heck and entirely delightful. That was great fun. Another picture of that speaker. Even more sideways on. I was working in a space like this. You can see how CRT it is. That is a 3-band distorter compressor something or other that I made a noise album on. To the side of it there is a MIDI keyboard. That's the one that I did Dragons on. Various books beneath. And over here, the yellow pages from back when this was also before cell phones. Wasn't quite before internet though. Like, internet existed, but it was like Netscape Navigator at this time. I apparently also have a humidifier here, and it's feeding through another one of those things, and I have a fan, which I guess this is for being able to blow moisturized air through during the winter is probably what that would be about. And yeah, all of this stuff, and I still wasn't able to find what I was looking for. Very blurry picture of one of the drivers, so that's not very useful. Oh, although I do have, you can see it, sure, why not? So here is the Performa on and showing, I think that's the Music Shop. Looks like Music Shop. This is not a DAW, this is only for MIDI. You didn't have DAWs when the CPU was 33 megahertz. This is me building speakers and building drivers. This didn't really work. This is not nearly as good as what I've got now, but I was trying to build my own drivers because I couldn't afford good ones. So that's like a polypropylene cone with a insert which is styrofoam carved into the shape of a waveguide, like a horn. And it goes down towards the voice coil, and at the center of the voice coil, that's a piezo element that I glued onto it. It was about being able to generate high frequencies and have a horn for the high frequencies, but the horn was actually sitting on the actual cone. This did not work. Although it had interesting sound qualities, it just was very bad in certain ways. And here is the Performa 575. These are not USB jacks. This is all Apple Desktop Bus. And that, I believe, is the MIDI. I don't think I even have this anymore. The MIDI thingy. I'm building my own cables because you can see those are out of wires and aluminum duct sealing tape, which gets grounded by a wire being run along it, and then you roll the duct sealing tape over it and fold it up. And that's how the fan quieting device works. These days, any MacBook that you get is infinitely quieter than any of this stuff. It all sounded like an old DOS machine or whatever. It is exhausting sound out this sound restricted. You don't actually have to have the fuzz on the outside of it. The fuzz is on the inside of it. And yeah. And other soundproofing comes out there. Here is another place I was living, and a chair that I used to have, and a cat that I used to have. That's Lisa. And the books that I had back in the day, these are electronic parts. A roommate of mine in college smoked drum. So those are tobacco cans, but they are all empty, and I did not smoke all of those cans, but he gave me the cans. Honestly, I had my heart set on finding, here's a funny one. So back in the day when you had phones that were landlines and you had a separate answering machine sitting on there, and back in the day when my lighting was Xmas lights hung around the room, these boxes, by the way, those are furnace filters with like foam core board on either side of them attached to the wall. They're meant to be a kind of damping and a kind of diffraction. I believe I still have those up in my attic. Haven't used them for ages. Never saw fit to throw them away or anything. In theory, they kind of worked, but they're like, currently I have diffusion from Sonex, which is not necessarily way, way better, but is a little more technological. And we've also got some of my instruments. I don't have that guitar anymore. I don't have that guitar anymore. I don't have this bass, and I don't have this guitar, but this is a fretless. I have an album which was done with really long delays and a fretless guitar. I called it Marginal Theorems. I even sold them back in the day. And yeah, so I guess all about the explorations of this. Oh, okay, more guitars. More guitars in the chair and the cat. So this bass was the neck from some kind of funky Hofner copy or something. And that body I cut out myself from a very thin plank of mahogany. I no longer have this. I think I sold it at one point. So it was a very thin, weirdly shaped mahogany bodied solid body bass. This is also, although it is clearly a Strat shape, the edges are all very sharp, and it was my attempt at a Rickenbacker without being able to afford one. So it's essentially a piece, the finish on these isn't great either, a piece of maple that I cut to shape and set up with like a guitar neck on there. I don't still have that guitar. You can see that I tried to scallop it. This guitar neck I still have. This is the one that I grew up on. I still have it now. And in fact, I still have this guitar body, but currently it's got Strat pickups in it and a different pick guard and a proper Strat neck on it. So that's the neck that I carved myself from a kit, a Saga Strat kit, when I was a kid. And I made it more triangular. I made it more triangular shaped rather than the round shape that a guitar neck will usually have, because I had started playing on a plastic acoustic guitar that had a very triangular shaped neck. And this is the guitar body, where I made it be a stop tail piece. I'm trying to think of fixed bridge, or rather than having the vibrato bar in there, I made it be fixed, but not by bolting it down or by tightening the springs up as far as they would go. I made it fixed by doing those things and then filling this area in with concrete. And I still have that instrument. And the sustain on the guitar is very nice, although I ended up chipping away some of the concrete eventually because it was so incredibly heavy. And then over here we've got one of those basses. Like this is the one with the mahogany body. And then that, I believe, is another one where I carved the body myself out of a piece of wood. I basically found rather thin pieces of maple wood that were wide enough, and then just took a saber saw to them. And then I had a guitar body, and I would sand them, although I wasn't really very good at that or interested in it. And all the way over on the end, this is like a sort of horrible Les Paul copy that I sealed over completely, and it had something like a piezo pickup in it. And I think this is the one that had the fretless, because I don't see anything remotely resembling frets there. Not that you can really see in this photo. And I think that's the one that I used for marginal theorems, and I simply didn't keep it around. Maybe it broke or something. I don't remember. But yeah, I'm still looking to get another guitar. So, oh, more pictures, more show and tell. Slightly closer picture of all these. You can see this guy doesn't have any pickups in here. There's a piezo in there somewhere. That is not a real SG. That's a Samick. It's quite good for a Samick, or was. I don't have it any longer. That's the homebrew. Looks really kind of weird. The body color, it started out as the maple color, and then I used a tint on it, which was like a greenish tinge. I don't remember why I thought that was a great idea. And the 4 switches there are for switching the pickups on individually. They may even be wired in series, like a Brian May guitar would be. And it's smack up against the bridge like this, without the usual angle that a single coil pickup would have. This is some kind of EMG pickup. I think that means this one can be heard on the very bright album Wounded Skies, where I was doing a bunch of DI guitar stuff, but I didn't have the abilities I have now for making guitar tones. So they're just saturated with like really bright clipping. And then this guitar on the end, that's what I was telling you about. The big old mahogany slab. And you can see this is a piezo pickup. This is some kind of bridge I got from somewhere. I don't even know what this pickup controls are. It was very difficult to get a output jack because the output jack had to be drilled in from the end of it, and this is barely wider than an output jack would be. You know, even an inline like the kind that you would put into an acoustic guitar, this is a very thin body. Hilariously thin. And then I got a couple of jazz bass pickups. They're both slanted. I don't remember why. And I can't tell whether those are frets or whether it's fretless. I'm pretty sure this bass is one that I actually played live on stage when I was this was like upwards of more than 30 years ago. This is during the time when I had just got clean off of abusing drugs, and I was homeless, and I had gotten into this place, but I had this bass during the time when I was homeless, so it's inherited from that. Maybe that's why I didn't keep it, the bad memories around it. But I had this bass during that time. I had made it maybe at college, I don't remember. And it's very light, it was very comfortable. And I had written this, I can probably do this in a way that it can be heard. here's my little Squire. If I can remember how this goes, it probably was fretless, and it's got a very narrow neck, kind of like the Squire does. And you probably can't hear this too well, but I can play it real hard. So I was playing a melody kind of like that on that bass live in front of people for a song called Lady Ann from a kid that I went to college with and got into a band with. Oh, by the way, here's a cute little detail on this. Let's see. Ooh, my records. And various things like books that I essentially still have, those books. But here's some further stuff that I think I've shown this out before. This is a much nicer tone than what I had back then. And you can kind of see, if you look closely, the fact that the strings are over the bridge saddles, but the bridge saddles are encapsulated in a little bit of carpet here. So it makes a particular sound. And yeah. So yeah, a bunch of show and tell. The whole reason I dove into this exploit was trying desperately hard to find pictures of the really big speakers that I made. Terrifying pictures. Jump scare of old Chris, except for it doesn't really jump scare if it's a slow fade. This is how I looked when I was lots younger than I am. Actually, I was carrying about 25 pounds more weight too, but boy, I had a lot more hair than I do now. Baby Chris, pre-plugins Chris, pre-Airwindows. I wanted to be terribly important, and I wasn't really mastering it. So clearly I don't need to look at those. Oh dear. Yeah, I ain't always showing you all of these pictures. Some of them are just like me playing the drums at that age with my shirt off. I was like trying to attract girls and things at the time. So not well thought out. Holding up 20-pound weights. I still have those now, but I'm lifting much heavier weights now. Boy, these are all just personal pictures, and none of them are... Oh, no, hang on a second. If I select correctly... So do I have in here somewhere So that's roll 2 of that. This is very inconvenient, but I may be able to show you a much bigger project. I see no reason not to just be doing this, because, like, why not? I will get to doing that other work too, but 2007, yeah, this is way back when. Stuff about refurbishing my car, doing my webcomic, weird little glimpses into World of Chris so many years ago. Back in the days when I had Peisty color sound hi-hats. And my only recording ability was a ADAT machine. No, those are car things. This is amusing. So this is the old car I had. Back in the day, my mom gave it to me because I had just gotten out of becoming homeless and I had no way of getting around, and she was replacing her car, so I got to have it. Old Buick Century, and I supplied the steering wheel and seat and stuff. I wish I still had those seats. They're hilarious. They were some form of like third-rate racing seat, but the most hysterically bright yellow color. And then the inside of the car was purple, so it was the most hilarious clash in color you ever saw. Really quite delightful. I had also tried to do the streamlining stuff that I do with my current car, but with my own techniques, so that was definitely on the weird side. DIYing automobile hot rodder stuff. That is the outside of the car. That's not carbon fiber, it was just painted black. Hilarious. I got those wheels from somewhere. All rusted up. That is a sway stopper thing, and it's being made to have less give and shake by simply hose clamping some rubber into the place where it could move back and forth. Crude but effective. That's more of the aluminum duct stuff. That is a cone air filter. That cone air filter is hooked onto the air intake by hardware store rubber angle ducting. And I cut aluminum to shield the rubber ducting from the exhaust manifold, which is right there. So all of the silliness, all the car silliness. And yeah, that is literally all. I'm not sure if 2008 is what I'm looking for here. Those are more car pictures. Dum-de-dum. Okay, well then let's skip ahead. Put those in a dating profile, those ones. Pictures of me 30 years ago. Yay. So this is the closest I've been able to find. If you look carefully past me looking very shiny because I didn't know how to do video or camera stuff in any way back in the day. Although I did apparently have a flat screen monitor at this point. And the little red mark there, that's a micro-SI from a old Apple II disk drive. And I just tucked it there. You know, if I can lay my hands on that, I'll stick it on my screen again. Connecting to my roots. This. Oh, and that's one of my favorite coffee cups. The one that you can barely see. I still have this one. That one I lost somehow. It broke or something. But this is a speaker. This is a giant cardboard thing made like, let me see if I can fold this. Again, I have a model of this and I cannot lay my hands on it, so I can't show you. But if you take this speaker and if you take a cardboard tube and have half of it the curve around the back like this, and then slice it in 3 places, and then have the additional curve coming in. Let's see if I can fake this at all. And then you have the other bit like this. It's not lined up very well, but that's a horn expansion. In fact, it's a spherical horn expansion in 2 dimensions. And the top edge is the same thing, but across the top. And I cannot find the little cardboard model that I made of it. That's what I was looking for earlier. But that there is a real live speaker with 16 small drivers in that corner area facing each other and firing into a slot. And then the sound comes outwards through the horn expansion. And I have that upstairs in a room today. I still have these speakers. They still work. I don't currently have a speaker driver because there's space in the top for the curve of the speakers to go all the way back to this shiny part. That's actually a piece of wood. It's not really a piece of metal, but it's got aluminum tape on it because of course it does. And that's a piece of aluminum flashing, sort of forming part of a curve out there. At one point I had a whole piece of cardboard filling so that this top area going down to this point was in fact a spherical expansion made out of cardboard tube. You would think so, but it wasn't as loud as you'd think. The interesting thing about horn expansions is they're good for peak energy. So although this speaker didn't actually behave very well, and trust me, I've got it, I know. I still have it upstairs. It didn't actually sound all that good, although it could have been loud as hell, except for I would have immediately blown the tweeter. The tweeter was normal, but this is really small woofers wired in a 4x4 matrix. So the power handling of this speaker driver and this enclosure, and also note that the enclosure is not as big as it looks, because the center part goes all the way back to the back edge of the semi-cylindrical thing, which is the back wall of this guy. It's not a square, it's not a box. The idea with that was that if it was rounded profiles, it should also be able to contain pressure, much like the sonotube that it was made from contains concrete. That would be true except for it's not a circle. So pressure gets out very easily by just compressing the air inside that. And so there were a lot of ways that it didn't actually sound good by professional standards. But the power handling of that network of speaker drivers is in fact very high power handling. It was all like Nomex house wiring up all the individual drivers. And yeah, it would definitely take about 1,000 watts. At one point, I hooked up a Moss Valve guitar amp to this thing, and it was pretty terrifyingly loud. I hooked up the Moss Valve power amp to it, and then didn't even get to plugging anything into that because the control for the volume on the Moss Valve amp, which I recently sold off at a local music store in Keene, it was crackly. So I'd make a little adjustments, and the just blew my head off. It was quite frightening because, again, horn expansion. So the amount of loudness that this could produce was definitely on the intimidating side. And again, I still have these. If anybody wants to travel to my hometown and buy them from me, you can go and make loud noises somewhere, I suppose. But yeah, so this all is off the very early observation. Are you listening to these on good studio monitors? Do you have a plan to build your own big studio monitors out of wood? Said Giep. Yeah, I've done things like that, as you see. It's been a while. So the interesting thing about that is my hopes are to be able to, and I have work in progress pictures of these. What's driving me crazy is I cannot find where those work in project pictures are. I'm looking around and stuff, but not a lot of luck. And I don't seem to have desktop folder there. Although I do have a nope. That would be a nope. So I am looking in my documents folders, but maybe I can go to the Airwindows section. Nope, absolutely not. I can go to, I'm just searching at this point. I'm just frustrated in searching. Surely there's a way to find some of these things. And yet, that would be a no. Notes. Some of this I'm going to be using, the note stuff is some stuff that I'm going to be using for the Godot thing I want to do. Yeah, on the whole, I'm going to ask people not to show up. That would be odd. Yeah, so you know what? I have to take a little bit of a break. Largely for the purpose of I'm still drinking this coffee, so I haven't been burning through it too fast. But I could use a pit stop, if you know what I mean. So what I can do is fire up my visuals. And do something like this, except for I believe I should probably, well, that's interesting. Send it to the stream. So we'll maybe start it in this quieter section. It'll loop if I take 45 minutes, but allow me to go and take care of my needs a little bit. Hanging out very well for this long, hot day that we're having. I'm going to put this on, and set it up so that you can see what it reads like on Meter. And I will be back for coding. that's not correct. There we go. All the same. Fair enough. Alrighty. That was from 45 Parsecs from Home from 2020. One day I'll get back into making music again. Although honestly, me spending my time doing what I do is probably more productive than just doing that over and over again. But yeah. Taking a moment to glance at chat. Hey, anybody who needed to take a break to eat or whatever, absolutely. Go on, take care of yourselves. It's time to jump back into some of these things. So firstly, maybe updating into the matrix. For starters, let's have a look at what we just did. These sounded cool. I'm going to make it default to these settings, and then we'll go from there. And then we'll go for making the entirely different plugin, or rather program. How do we go about doing that? Well, here's the control surfaces. Actually, I can think of something worth doing there too. I have room here because all I need to do is be able to copy stuff from there. So let's move all these things over. That should suffice. And then let's move all these things up. So that we can fit this and another one into an appropriate place. So for what force early does, and again, we're going to grab a little more control of some of these things. And that'll do for now. So we've got the selected copy and paste. Now, where did it put those though? How about maybe not do that then? Okay, so copy and paste. Okay, it made it a child. That's what this over here does. It is making everything be the little skinny line there indicates that I can move this back to the level of everything else. That's what I wanted to do. Looks like I have the ability to scooch it to the side, or not. That's actually not good. Oh! Copy and paste isn't working for me. That's not really what I want to be doing. What I want to be doing is going over this. Again, this is just Godot-oriented stuff. This is how the Godot engine is working. So I'm working within the 2D space here, and manipulating all these little things which are different controls. And what I'm going to want to do is duplicate, which I could have done with Command D. Now I've got these doubled. That's what I was looking to do. Now they are showing properly. And in fact, I can do the same thing here. See, if I duplicate this, it will still have the same script. These all have a script on them, and the script makes anything you type in become a capital letter, and only a capital letter, which I'm using to dial all this stuff in. So Controls 10 is selected, and that's absolutely not what I wanted to do, so Shift, I hit Option arrow, and it snapped it to the base of that. Shift is what I wanted. M is more or less the middle letter in this area. And now I need to assign Controls 10 to useful things. I mean, I can run it. This is me running it. There's even less space for copying stuff out of this text window, but there doesn't need to be space. It's fine. Here's all of my adjustments, and here are all these things. It's using the same script as all the other ones have attached to them. So if I tell this to be like E, I can type a lowercase, but it will make it be a capital. Likewise for this. I didn't select it. There we go. Likewise for this. That's doing the same thing. So now I got to make stuff refer to Controls 10. Otherwise, it will do nothing. It'll be there doing its thing, but it will have no function. Here's where that happens. Now it will include that final one for every one of these that I included in. See, it's kind of in an orderly way, even though it's not sophisticated. Like people normally do classes and make sure things don't repeat themselves, or that it automatically adds all of its functionality to all the things, but I'm not really doing that. Instead, I'm trying to make it so that it, and I didn't have to do it in pairs like this, the dash and then plus and plus. But the reason those are the way they are is because it's the same parameter, but it's the front and the end of the reverb tail. Whereas these final ones are not actually done that way, so there's an argument for making it be a separate format rather than suffix equals suffix plus these two. But I'm going to leave it this way just because why not? The alternate would be to have that be on a separate line as a kind of hint that the final two don't do the same thing. Oh, interesting. I found a bug. Is it the case for all of these places? My God, it is. Okay. Well, that bodes well for me being able to get useful stuff out of this. Do you see the bug? Because I sure do. This is supposed to say 9. Somehow I forgot to include it. That implies that I have a slight change to make in some of these if I want to have them reflect accurately, or not. Because this bug means that no matter what I tell for all of these ones that include this final bit, this claims to be FE, but it is really FF because it is using much like it is here, where it's just written out there. This bug means that this is what we're actually getting. It's displayed what I thought we were getting. But in fact, no, we're actually getting this, and none of the stuff that I was doing, attempting to control that thing, was doing anything. It just happened to be set to something where it gave me useful results anyhow. But if I was wondering why I didn't seem to be getting changes out of it, that would be why. In a moment, I will tell you or show you what actually happens when you change this part. See folks talking about stuff they use. Carry on and do that. I'm sad that I couldn't find that tiny mock-up of the giant speaker I showed you. Oh, hang on, I didn't want to do that. The tiny mock-up of the giant speaker was really quite a cool thing. And in fact, it's something that you can do as well. Sometimes building stuff like that, you can build them using easily available parts. Like me getting the 36-inch, oh for heaven's sake, the 36-inch sonotube, that was not actually easy to do. I had to go to a building supply company, have them ship it to me, came in a giant truck. It was a mysterious thing. Weirdly, it's not the heaviest tube in the world. Yeah, I think this goes some ways back. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to just do this. Wait. Hang on. No, I don't have to just do this. Okay, so watch this. If I do that and then do rename. This will save me more than a little bit of time. Then I can move on. Ta-da! And then these ones all say if B6, which again, I guess this F setting is a reasonably good setting for this. It's just now I know why I was seeing no changes. I ran this, I didn't see any changes, and it's because there weren't any changes, because I thought I was doing thus and so, and instead I was doing this and that. G, C, B, D, E, E, F. G, G, C, V, D, H, E, F. This is the point where I added that setting. So everything from this point upwards had Control 8, which was set for with F for all of these, overriding that particular thing. Cool, got that straightened out. Glad I didn't leave it going for longer. I'm glad I'm working on this program. So here's what that actually is. And this is before introducing the next thing, which I have to remember. So let's say we do a 2,000 seat arena. And I'll do the 6x6. And then let's just turn this off completely. We run this, and we see, and this is what I was expecting. This is what was causing that slapback effect. We're generating reverb times for a large space, but it's tending to do ones where all the reverbs are very, very large. well, not that one, but I bet it's going to bounce right back to another one again. And that is because force early is set to off. I assume that's what we've got there. I guess I can check. Let's check. I mustn't assume too quickly that that's what we need. So force early controls 9, formerly 8, times 0.01. And this goes to 0 to like 25. Force early lives down here. Most equals shortest times shortest divided by milliseconds times 2 times force early. So indeed, setting it to A means I'm multiplying things by 0, meaning this is not taking effect. I'm pretty sure I can show what this does then. Again, A, I'll go even bigger, 3000. So watch what happens on the screen. It'll probably draw at least a couple of times a narrow little band that's going to be heard. See, big long delay before any sound happens. It's kind of tightening up, mind you, but big long delay before any sound happens, because it's going in a pixel by pixel basis. This is the first instant. Here's where we hear our first noise. Early is this millisecond measurement, and it's doing its best to optimize for things with any numbers it can come up with. Thing is, in order to have sound starting immediately, there has to be a path through the reverb matrix that allows early reflections to happen. What I've been doing for nearly all of this is it's been defaulting to F, and I've just been using that. Turns out that's very effective. It's been causing some of these good sounds because I designed this for a reason. Without it, we get this. We get those echoey sounds where there's a big gap between the initial sound and where the reverb starts. It's like a complete absence of zero reflections. In fact, when I run it, you can probably see at least a few tries before it gets itself together where there's an enormous gap. Like there. That's an enormous gap before any sound is heard. That's an even more enormous gap. Those are the ones that sound like slapback echoes. Before I built this, it would always be doing lots of that. However, if I just type Z here, suddenly it's going to force... Well, actually, I should rerun it from the beginning. If we scale this right up, we can do the 3000 seat again, but rather than even M, we can go Z. This is the maximum amount that force early takes effect. As you see directly above the actual application, this is the line of code where that happens. It's taking shortest, which is rendered as the earliest millisecond measurement there. It's keeping track of what is the shortest delay. Multiplying it by itself, dividing it by a factor of the overall sound. And then times whatever force early is. That means if there's a huge gap between the onset of the reverb and the first time you hear anything, well, the longer that gap is, the more gets added to most. And most is our score, meaning that if this becomes higher, we end up skipping that one. So it ends up rejecting everything that is not extremely close in. And when I hit 6 times 6, now that I've set this to Z, what it's going to do is not have any more of those gaps. In fact, it'll have the opposite. That's still a very large gap. Okay, so what have we here? We're zooming in a little bit. Maybe it's the 3,000 seats that's doing it. Or maybe it's just struggling to generate numbers small enough to do it. The upshot of what's happening, and it might be a factor of like randomness, that it's going to try to find it, is having Z here. I could also like scale it differently. Let me try that. I should be able to make it so that as something with a big gap like that, it will be just enormously high score. And it'll read in the score. I'm displaying that as it goes. Oh, no, wait. Okay, so here I am talking about all of this stuff, and yet I have not actually updated things properly. Look at that. So I updated this one. This is search 3. These ones still need to be done. Forgive me for being a derp. We gotta be what we gotta be. I am the same person that produced K Beyond. This is how I went about doing it. It is my struggle if I can't do these things in a reasonable way. I'm getting there. It's just awkward. So back to this. Again, shut it off. 3,000. This should produce huge gaps between the onset of the sound and the first point that we hear anything. Because now I've got that included. So we're not simply using F. And sure enough, we went from ones that were spread out more to ones where they're scoring well on other parameters, like the spacing thing shown here, but it's capable of bumping up until it is a very large delay before any sound is heard. This black area between the red area and the green cloud, that is essentially pre-delayed that's built into the algorithm. It's because none of these delay sounds, none of these delays to the side are actually small. They're just averaged out to produce a result. But they're not actually small numbers here. They're all rather large numbers, so there's always a big delay. And the score, 22,030. But if we do it over again, now that finally this should work, now that finally the thing actually does what I'm hoping it's going to do, now force early is engaged, meaning that if there's a gap, that gets added to most and it counts against the score. And so I hit it and we see whether it has a horrible surprise for me or not. The next thing to try is multiply the amount a great deal, because it's looking like I'm not seeing a lot of change here. Mind you, if I got down to a really small score, it'll start having more of an effect. I think it's having an effect, but I'm not seeing that much of one. So then the next thing to try is simply comment out that. Now it is 100 times more effect than it originally was, and we're still working on search 6. I can set it to Z. I can set it to try to produce 3,000 sized rooms, and if I'm correct, now it will start producing either lower scores or way higher scores because it's having that added each time. And we'll see how quickly it can get down towards having a useful effect. I think that is working. Yeah, I believe it's working. what it's doing is it's leaning much harder on the red, and that's because the spacings part has a larger effect. But the fact that the score is much higher than it was means that force early is playing a role. That's why this bar graph here is even here. I don't have a great way of calculating this, although I might be able to include it in the calculation. The bar graph is measuring what contribution each part has. Like the green area is what contribution the primes and the loudness part has. Yeah, look at there. We're getting smaller places. And an interesting echoey effect in here. See the differences in loudness? There's little bursts of sound. That's because some of these are very small numbers and some of these are much larger, like an 80 and then a 1017. Or a 19 and 1465. That's a very broad range. That's what this does. Having like combinations of numbers that work to produce this, but are spaced out in the way that they are. That some of them are extremely large numbers and some of them are extremely small. Like there's a 5 in there. That's multiple orders of magnitude smaller than the longest delays. That means that there is a delay that's going to just keep echoing and echoing and echoing across this entire space once regeneration is included. And then there's also some other delays that take forever to kick in. And it produces this very broad section. And I do believe force early is doing what it's supposed to do. I don't think changing it lets me force new results. Like if I change a letter to a letter where it's generating smaller scores, so that should actually have let me generate a new update that happens to be bad. Sure enough, boom. Set it to A. Immediately we're making smaller scores, but immediately we're making much worse reverbs. So this is in fact functional. But now if I set it back up again, it can't get back to the much larger scores that represent better performance. So I quit out of there now. And let's do a little test and see whether it's still doing its job when set to B. Because maybe it's time to scale it back some. I'm looking at the score there to see what that does. I don't think it's doing nearly as much that way. The ideal is to have it doing its thing, but then within a range where I can adjust it up or down a little bit and get something useful out of it. I'm going to say that that looks promising, that it's allowing some pretty large initial gaps in there, even though it is actually engaged, at least a little tiny bit. Again, if I put it to a much higher value, score ends up staying very high because it's constantly taking this into account. If you think this is interesting, the concept of manipulating, see there, that's a beautiful example of the kind of thing I'm trying to suppress with this control. So then we quickly run again. And leave it in its default, which is M, and see if it is firmly engaging. I'm suspecting it will. Yep. What's telling me that is the way that that upper part of the green area is banding up. That is an implication that there are little clusters of smaller values causing this sort of, I don't know, sputtery effect maybe? And it's contributing to this result. And that's probably going to be acceptable for this. I'm willing to move on. It is possible that the next batch of sounds that I do with this are going to end up sounding quite different again, even though I got to good results just by having it bugged out and constantly being applied at a certain level. A much quieter level, too, than this. I now have the ability to apply this particular parameter way harder. Excuse me. I could be drinking more coffee, but that's not really a very good idea. Although I will say today's going along very well considering that it's 100 degrees out. The cooling in my house is operating reasonably well. It is essentially just fan-forced, pulling air from the basement. And the basement actually has a bunch of mylar over the windows, reflecting away solar heat. So it's dark down there. Also tends to be kind of damp. Evaporating water cools air as well. And it's working okay. It's making this survivable without AC. I was reading some funny stuff on Blue Sky, people talking about how scorning AC is such a Northern European or Northeastern American thing to do. Nobody complains about heating your house and how much energy you use to heat your house, but cooling your house, oh, that's apparently not cool. I should be cautious to not inadvertently emphasize that kind of stuff. AC would be great if I had it working. I don't have good AC. I do have an air conditioner, but it's a window-based one. And installing it gets in the way of the extremely good insulation that I have going on. So I've not bothered to install it for a couple of years on end because my sort of convective cooling is working well enough. Might end up having to figure out something. What I would want is an air conditioning system that took advantage of what I'm already doing. One where there's a mini split and it goes outdoors, probably into my driveway, so it's a bit of a stretch there, and is able to heat and or cool. It would work just as well for heating. And then the air would come up through the floor from the basement, so I would have a head start on cooling because the air in the basement is already cooler. And then I would have a head start on heating because in the winter, the air in the basement is a little bit warmer. Well, actually quite a bit warmer. It doesn't really freeze down there. So yeah, that's what I would want, is to install a mini split in the system I've already built. And since I can't do that yet, God knows if I'm ever going to be able to do that. I don't make enough money for that. But if I ever did it, then that's how I'd want to do it. It wouldn't need to be a very big one. It could be a very small one. Doesn't take much. So let's go and add something else. Oh, I don't want that to be capitalized. I'll go and fix it. And that becomes Control 10. And that means M is 1. Hey, Cloud. Yeah, this is the right place to come for asking me questions like that because then other people can hear the answers too. Yeah. As far as starting out in audio programming, there are a number of things that you can do, and one of them is get anything to build and compile at all. I've got a bunch of plugins that you can start with. If you can make those compile to where they can be used in a DAW, then you can change them. And that's essentially what one does. I'll show you. Here's my plugin place. Don't mind me. I'm really quite exhausted these days. A lot of stuff is going on, both in the world and in Airwindows land. So this is a plugin as can be compiled in Xcode. Although I usually build this version in a different Xcode, you have successfully compiled AUs, so you can start with something like this. I can open this in BB Edit. Here is shifting of bits gain. So it's made very simple because it has just one parameter. I've got other ones where it gives you many more. It is specifying it's an index number, so that's somewhat unusual. And it's -16 to 16. There is no reason this has to be a floating point number. I should have just had this say -16 with no 0.0 and +16 with no 0.0, but I didn't, so oops. It's just casting. It's casting that to an int. And then actually this is probably too simple of a plugin because there's nothing to its code at all. So instead, something also very basic, like, what's a good example? Not compressors. I need to look into compressors again. One of the things I want to do is work out what I'm doing with the traditional pressure compressor so that I can simplify it and do a new version of Chime Me Guitar that uses it. How about purest gain? Same deal. If you can compile these things, what you do is stuff like this. This one has 2 parameters, although this one's now in decibels rather than just generic, but I usually like making them generic because my VSTs tend to prefer being coded in generic. And here are the things that you do. We are looking at the guts of the code. This is an older plugin. So everything up to this point, and this is enough of an older plugin that maybe I want to go looking for something else again. I know, let's have a look at Sinew. That's relatively new. And if I remember correctly, it's one of the simpler ones. One control. Oh yeah, no, look at that. That's very simple. So here's what you do. You got your sections here. This is the parts of my code in AUs. Other people might have different arrangements, but they're going to be basically the same. For instance, this reset was added by Sophia Pure from Destroy Effects. Gave me this code way back in the day, many years ago. And it says reset and is called when the thing starts up. So if you have variables that are defined in the header file so that they can stick around and you keep using them, keep changing them as they go on the fly, you can initialize them there. My plugins have a reset control, and that's where you blank stuff out. You have to blank out stuff that you keep sitting around, because if you've only instantiated it, those values could be anything. This is also the code that instantiates my dithering. You go down here, and here is the place where every time a buffer of samples gets processed, we have this area here. So what's happening there is it's giving you some variables like in frames to process. That's the number of samples that it's doing for this particular buffer size. And that has to do with like what you've set your DAW to, what you've set your interface to. If you can't process enough at a very low latency setting like 64 or whatever, you set it to larger and it has an easier time because it's doing a bigger chunk of audio at once. Or if you're in something like VCV Rack, then it gets cut way down to like 2 samples or something. But in frames to process and sample frames, that's the information coming in. In num channels, this is one of those end-to-end plugins. This is one of those plugins which in the audio unit, you can do any number of channels, stereo, mono, multi-channel, and it'll automatically just do that. It's not even really using in num channels to my knowledge. That there. I don't see it referred to here anywhere. Oh, no, wait. No, I do. Source P plus equals in num channels, desc P plus equals in num channels. What that does is channels come in interleaved. So if you got left and right, and hopefully this is going to help you, Cloud. This is probably the information you needed so that you can start running with it in your own way. You're getting data that comes in. This is the buffer that you're handed. In source P, in desc P, is a picture of the buffer that you were handed. It says, well, n sample frames minus minus is larger than 0. N sample frames is in frames to process, meaning we have to do this many before we are done. In num channels, which suggests that we have access to all the channels from within any end-to-end plugin. Like, imagine if this is on a mono track. What that means is in num channels, it says 1. It's being called process. This means we're calling this function process to do this buffer. The buffer is this. The output buffer is that. It's what it's going to be looking at when we're done. In frames to process is how wide that buffer is. It's how much latency your interface is using. It's how many samples you're processing at any one time. So the plugin needs to know that. In num channels, how many channels do you have? Let's say it's 1. Then we go, okay, here's overall scale, get sample rate. That is how fast your sample rate is going. So you can adjust certain things like frequencies to it. Sinew is, of course, a smoothing factor. And this is us doing some calculations here. These things we do once in every buffer. It gives us this information. We're not actually using n sample frames at this time. It's making things like when it says const float 32 star source P equals in source P. That basically means here's a buffer, we're pointing it to this existing buffer, but we want to call it source P. I don't know why it doesn't just use the buffers that it's being passed in, but it doesn't, and that's what audio units do, and so I've been allowing them to do that. I just let it go. And const means we don't change source P, we're changing dest P. So that becomes another little thing. Float 32, that is just a U-ism. In VST, it'll be double or possibly float. In some cases, it would be float. The stuff I write, I tend to like including double processing. Audio units only have float processing, so there's this special little value, float 32, which is defined in the audio unit spec. Then we're defining overall scale. What happens here is if we defined it in the header file and did it during reset, we would probably have the same value, but then if they changed sample rate while the plugin was still open, it would then be the wrong number. if we do this within every buffer, then even if those things are changed, it'll start using the correct value because it's recalculating it during every buffer. And we're recalculating thresh sinew every buffer as well. This does not do control smoothing, but I do have control smoothing in some of the other plugins. Control smoothing means here's the starting point and we get to the final setting by the end of the buffer. So it sort of crossfades the number. This doesn't do that. This just uses the one number. It's more CPU efficient. Sometimes my plugins are not designed so much for let's move all of the knobs around, and more for I bet you're going to have a single setting which you want, and so therefore let's make it run real efficiently at that setting. When we get to this point here, while nsample frames minus minus is larger than 0, and then everything within this stuff, and it's not actually going to, oh, I can actually select all of the stuff within the brackets. So it's going to do this over and over. Hey, Travis. And it's instantiating some of the variables on the fly. I learned that from my little brother, who is a corporate programmer and who I don't hang out with anymore. But I did learn a bunch of things about what optimization is back in the day. One of them is it can be good to define variables near where you use them so that just there's not a lot of variables hanging around everywhere. You don't really gain anything from having variables permanently set aside for when you need to use them. Sometimes it's good to just define them exactly where you need to use them, and then it can be ignored again. Also, this bit const means we define it once, but then we never need to change it, so the compiler can assume, okay, this is a fixed thing. It's not going to change. I can make optimizations based on the idea that that's not going to alter at all. So, temp clamp equals input sample minus last sinew. This is the kind of stuff that you do. Input sample is going to be a number coming in all the DAWs I've ever seen, both on VST and AU. We can count on the fact that 1 and -1 are clipping. So it's going to hang around between 0 and 1, or 0 and -1. The waveform goes up and down between positive and negative, and the clipping point is typically 1. There is an exception for Final Cut Pro, because Final Cut Pro's clipping point is plus 6 dB. But the DAWs typically it clips at 1. This is the sound changing stuff. You could have it be like a output sample if you wanted one, like double input sample, and then we have output sample, meaning that we never actually change what's coming in. But as soon as we go through this and do another incarnation of it, it'll be just defined all over again. We start over with a fresh input sample, which is this new thing coming in. Also, this is a kind of both a super low frequency noise floor thing for analogy type effects, but also to stop it from being denormalized numbers. And there are plenty of DAWs that already stop you from having denormalized numbers, but the idea is not to let the floating point size of it get so tiny that the CPU goes nuts trying to keep track of all of the tiniest details, because it'll do that. And so the denormalization part is to stop it doing that. The reason it's looking to see whether the absolute value is less than 1.1823 decimal points over, because that's what the E means, it's scientific notation. It is the same thing as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's the same as like that. It's just scientific. The E minus 23 is how many zeros you put in before that point. I think you could do E23 or E plus 23 for the opposite direction too. So that's what that stuff is about. And then the reason it is doing, you will have to wait a little bit for more, Travis, because I need to put out the declicker. I need to put out a decrackle. And somebody was looking for it. The reason this is different is because I used shifting of bits to do this calculation and then listen to what it sounded like on audio. So I shifted normal audio down that much to the point where it was going to be gated off and become silence. And then I did this thing where it was see if the absolute value is below, this would be my cutoff for gating it, except for the gating it becomes turn it into this random value. FPD is a random value. It's being generated by this sequence of alterations, and this sequence of alterations are a pseudo-random number generator. It's not a great one, but it's good enough for this purpose. And that is being boosted by more than the actual threshold. This is 23. This is 17. The reason it does that, and this is the kind of thing, Cloud, that you would be doing to do this kind of work the way I do it, is I went to the trouble of quieting down normal audio to the point where it was going to be cut out. And then I decided rather than, you could also have it be equals 0. That is a thing that one could do. You could do this. At which point I've commented out the other bit. If you did that, and it would be 0.0 because it is a floating point number, that would simply gate everything. That would mean if the sound falls below this threshold, it is simply silence. And that would work for denormalized numbers too. The reason I've done this is because I wanted it to drop down to a noise floor, something like you would get in an analog device. The noise floor is actually so far below what you'd normally get from analog things that it's kind of laughable. But all the same, I used shifting of bits to drop audio down to that point, did this process, and then used shifting of bits to lift it right back up again to where I could hear what was happening, because I wanted it to fade into a noise floor without sputtering or popping or clicking. And what this does is the difference between these numbers means that when the noise starts to kick in, the noise starts to replace the quietest parts of the waveform with a noise that is calibrated to produce that noise floor that it turns into smoothly. And again, that is the kind of thing that you do in audio programming if you want to go really hard with it, rather than just, I don't know, ChatGPT it or something, do what other people do. Here's another example. Begin 32-bit floating point dithers using the same thing. So what's going on there is I'm adding a noise factor to the floating point number because, and this is there in all of my plugins, and it's not just to have a noise source available to me anytime I want to use one. It is going to keep track of what output level the sample is, especially since we are stuck with 32-bit on core audio. So most Mac stuff will never do a 64-bit audio bus. Within, like, if you go to audio unit, you go to a 32-bit bus whether you like it or not. For a bunch of VST plugins, you do also go to a 32-bit. Like all of the Surge XT world operates on 32-bit. It's actually very normal. But all of my stuff includes this little piece of code, which is typically always the same. It's very rarely any different. What it's doing is it's making this number expon by this rather baffling little thing and going for float input sample address of expon is, I believe, how that represented. And then we update the random number the random number is a uint32, which it says up here, where FPD is rand times uint32 max. Rand is, I'm pretty sure, a non-thread safe way to do a random number between 0 and 1. So I need to multiply it by uint32 max to make it any possible number within the entire space of those numbers. And what's then happening is FPD is the power of itself with a shifting of bits here and a shifting of bits there. We're raising it to the power of itself with the 13 bits left and 17 bits right and then 5 bits left, and that's good enough to make a pseudo-random generator. Again, not a great one, meaning that that is now a pseudo-random number occupying the entire space of uint32. It's an unsigned int. At that point, input sample plus equals, so we add FPD cast to a double. Again, this is a uint, but we're casting it to a double, minus this read as a uint, times 5.5 shifted 30 with 36 zeros in the beginning of it, times 2 to the exponent plus 62. So that is a pile of weird math that I just sort of experimented with until I got it to do what I needed it to do. And what it's doing is represented in a plugin called dither float, which should not be used because the code there is exactly the same as this. All it does is it lets you bring that into the region where you can hear what it's doing. And I can demonstrate that too. On, for instance, this flag. So if I did that, I should let it open. And I can do it in the audio unit. And again, this is a plugin that one does not use for, like, you don't have to put it on the end of every mix. That would make no sense. I might not even be able to find it. I wonder if I have it. Oh no, here it is. So float offset and dither engage. So I don't know if I have a great way of, if I had a oscilloscope or something, I'd be able to demonstrate this more effectively. Dither engage means start dithering as is shown in the code down there. Float offset means we are shifting everything in the sound off in the positive direction by some enormous amount and then back again. What that's going to do is it's going to cause the mantissa of the floating point number to basically run out of steam. So we get this. That's truncation. And it's on a floating point number. Much more subtle versions of that are happening all the time in normal floating point calculation. This is just exaggerating it. And we can make it subtle down to the point of nothing happening. And we can bring it up until we hear the truncation. Again, this is truncation on the mantissa of the floating point value. And then we can dither it. or not. On subtler settings, it's less obvious what's going on. But we can still kind of hear the change. Dither noise? Truncation noise. Inadequate dither for why not. If you wonder what that's like, full truncation, inadequate truncation. Inadequate truncation at the Goldblum ratio just to see what it does. Fully truncated. This suggests that I could also do this if I wanted. Inadequate dithering, which is producing less in the way of noise compared to full blast. The thing about it though is full blast, more noise, but the background is smoother than this. And that is built into all of my plugins to make it be the dithered sound rather than the truncated sound on all of the 32-bit outputs. Although I'm not actually doing it on the 64-bit outputs because it is even, well, that's not true. Sometimes I'm doing it on the 64-bit outputs, but only when I'm using a long double bus, and that is rare. This is the occasional plugin I'll do that with it. That's what this does. That's in all of the Airwindows plugins. That's part of the reason they sound the way they do. And then the remaining stuff for starting to play with audio is learning to do things. I'll show you a couple of other things. Let's not save that. And let's skip upwards to the C's, where we have the channel plugins. So this is more and a little bit more complicated, but it's still the same basic types of operations. And I will show you what these operations can be. These are the kinds of things that you can do. Again, we are instantiating things. We're creating them. Basically, it's arranged a little bit differently because why not, I guess. I apparently have a biquad filter, and I'm not quite sure what I'm doing with that, but I'm doing something. This is before I was using identifiable names for the things in... Oh, I see what's happening here to some extent. Okay, so what's going on? If you want to start working with biquad filters, you should be using a more recent one from me because I have them implemented, but I have them implemented in such a way that it shows you this is frequency, this is the Q factor, the resonance, and so on. But what's happening here is up here, we're defining this stuff, including this here, inside each buffer before we actually process any of the samples. And let me resize this so that it all fits onto the screen. So we do all of this before we see any samples. And what's being done is we're defining some things to use later. we're figuring out what to do. Something like, for instance, output equals get parameter param3. We're just going to multiply the output sample by this number. And if param3 becomes smaller, then the loudness of the output becomes smaller. That's pretty straightforward. Then we've got these things in here. This bit here is selecting amounts of stuff based on what something has been selected. It's case 1 through 5. I've got names for all of those things. It's a pop-up menu in the AU. You're picking one of those, and it's giving you those things. Whenever you do case statements, you also have to have break, otherwise it'll run through all of them in a sequence and only use the last. Or things like that. There's ways that I've abused that usefully. But we are adjusting, we're making the biquad filter. This is the code for making a biquad filter. I've got better names rather than just numbers for some of this stuff. We're doing something a little bit funky in here because the this stuff, dielectric scale, is a more recent form of the IIR filter in channel. So what's happening in the middle there is audio processing, meaning I'm taking in samples and I'm doing stuff with them. Like, look at this. Fat sample equals sine input sample times this. That's going to give you a wave-folded soft clip. Sine acts like a soft clip. It shows up in a lot of my plugins. So if you have a value that is 1.5 and you put it into sine, hey presto, the output is now 1. If you have negative 1.5, the output is now negative 1. It's squishing it in. It's a soft clip. If you go even farther, the number starts to become less again because it is a wavefolder. If you put way higher values into it, it'll start bringing in odd harmonics and things. A sine used as a soft clipper can also act as a wavefolder. You can also include things like, if input sample is larger than 1.57, then it is equal to 1.57, and the output is then 0. Right up here, what we've got is a full-on hard clip preventing that from ever happening. So it'll never be a wavefolder because it's going to just prevent any wavefolding from happening by never getting that loud in the first place. Now, I could have had that be larger than 1.570 79633. I apparently decided not to for channel 9. Go figure. So the ceiling of how loud the soft clip can work actually hits a edge at that point. I assume I am expecting not to have anything too loud coming in the first place. Then we generate this. If you could just use this as the output and you'd get a soft clip. Then we're turning input sample up, and here's another one, which is this sample equals sine input sample times fab's input sample divided by input sample equals 0 or fab's input sample. This question mark, and I don't know how much of the C you know, but if you know this part, you know that this is a logic statement and it's a true or false. This means use the true or false. If input sample equals 0, then please use 1, otherwise use absolute value of the input sample. I don't know why I'm specifying an integer 1 there, but it seems to be getting away with it so far. And then purest form is false spiral. These are things that crossfade between those factors, meaning spiral is one of my distortion algorithms, namely this one. And it is multiplying input sample by itself. That's going to cause it to become much quieter, and then dividing by itself, which is going to bring it back up to volume again. So what we've effectively done in the spiral algorithm is make it so that it gets up to its full clip point much later. It's much more of a hard clip, less of a soft clip, because it's scaling all of its stuff back going in and then doing the sine calculation, which can be a very high resolution thing, so you get a very smooth distort there. And then if you divide it by the same amount that you multiplied it, and all this is happening before you get the output, so it's got to reference that original value, like we get here, at all of these places in order to generate the equals and give you the result. It's not going to take one value of input sample, apply it, and then apply it to something else in there. It's going to take the same value of input sample coming in and come out with the answer to this longer question, and then use that. So that is spiral. And this is a crossfade between that and the purely sine calculation up here, which I'm calling original density. That's what my density algorithm is all it is a sine. And then we have slew clamping. Slew clamping is figuring out the difference between the previous sample and the current one. How fast did it move between one point and another? You can make that into a number as well. You can suppress it by taking the number and going, if that is larger than the threshold that we apply, well then instead of using the real number, we use the last number plus that threshold, meaning it can't go back and forth faster. And I can demonstrate that as well with the plugin slew. By the way, Cloud, chime in if you're still there, because if you're not still there, this is not what I should be doing. This is for you, because you asked me by email as to what is this. And I'm trying to explain how to come to terms with audio coding. So HIJKLMQS. Here's what slew is like. Less high frequencies, or maybe way less high frequencies, or lots more high frequencies. That's what the code in channel 9 is doing. And if we apply it, it runs very fast. This is like 70 minutes of audio, and it's applying it all very fast. And then when we zoom in on it, slew means we stopped it from going back and forth very quickly. So we have these. These are sort of triangular-y shapes rather than fully jittery, wiggly shapes. And it can do bass frequencies still, like some of these. But we've made the slew stop happening below a certain point, so it only gets to sort of chase after that until the point where it turns direction and comes back. If I then undo this, you see what that really looked like. Wiggly stuff in the middle. Those are high frequencies. All of audio coding has to do with working out how to make these sample values do what they do. The sample values are not the sound, though. These sample values, let me see if I can find a spot that clearly has lots of high frequencies in there. So we're not really seeing that much useful here, but I can fix that. Raise an effect, surely yes I do. So only apply that, then normalize it. I gotta make sure not to save this now. To full crank, it's now a high frequency sound. what happens when you have a high frequency sound is that your sample values are giving little slalom points for what the output waveform is supposed to do. This means that you can have reconstruction. That's probably a good enough place to look at it. So see, we've got these sample values here. The audio is not these dots. You only see these dots. In fact, I can go and hunt for well, I guess here's an example. Let's scooch that back in a bit. This is probably the bright section. Oh, there it is. If I search for the loudest possible point here, which this version will let me do, here's an example of something called intersample peaking. These are the samples. You can kind of go here and zoom in. It's actually drawing it, including the intersample peaking, but we zoom in there, we can see that the dots are what the actual samples are. But the audio is not the samples. If the audio was the samples, then the sound would be like, and then up, and then across to this, rather than continuing to swing upwards and then turning a corner and going down. This is what intersample peaking is the fact that audio uses a reconstruction filter. So it's drawing a line around all of the sample positions, but the audio is not the sample positions. The sample positions represent how you make the audio back again. If you correctly sample something using a properly designed, like any modern properly designed converter, even if it is at full crank, it will not generate any of the samples where the intersample peak will go beyond 1 or -1. Like here, the dB level 0 counts as as close to 1. But we can measure that using Analyze on that very tiny area. And you see that minimum sample value is -0.2, maximum is 0.6968. That's where the dot was. The sample value is where the dot is. Peak amplitude, where the dot is, would be -3.14 dB. True peak amplitude means it continues the line where the audio would actually go, and the audio would actually go to -1.49 dB. That's how that stuff works. And then RMS power is sort of the average of all of this. And you only get to move around the dots. You don't actually get to do much more than that. The dots are the only parts that you can reach, but you can control the actual sound by fooling around with the dots and making them do different things. On that note, I'm going to point out that here's our distort. The slew section. We're apparently doing rather complicated things with this. The earliest versions of channel are simpler. And then we apparently have a biquad filter, which I do not honestly know exactly what's up with that. Why do I have a biquad filter in this one? Is it because I have a No, it's output. Density is like a form of overdrive. Oh, okay. Cutoff 28811. This is like a high frequency filterer. So what we're doing there, it's meant to clean up behavior at high sample rates is what that is. This is clearly a remove the overtones from the clipping of this other stuff just because you can. Earlier versions of channel are way simpler. And I'm going to move back over to into the matrix momentarily, unless asked otherwise. See, here's what it's really supposed to look like. Here's the stuff we do once every buffer. It says, and working selector, because there were versions that didn't have the break statement, and people thought they could hear differences between these things, and sadly they could not. I fixed that a long time ago, but learning to code, stuff gets past you sometimes. So, high pass section, IIR sample means here's a variable that sustains through all the buffers and everything. It just sticks around. And IIR amount is a set amount. It is a high pass filter. What that means is sample A is sample A times 1 minus IIR amount plus input sample times IIR amount. What that's doing is it's making a low pass filter out of IIR sample A. It's not going to respond to everything coming in, and it's going to retain only very low frequencies. Then input sample equals input sample minus IIR sample A. It is also interleaving, meaning it's even samples and odd samples are IIR sample A and B. That smooths the curve down and also adds some funny side effects. The reason that's doing it is because the reconstruction is always between two sample points, and so what I'm doing is making the low pass work a certain way. It's part of the sound of channel. Here we have our overdrive section. It's arranged slightly differently, but it's basically about the same. It is a very awkward way of doing the same thing as input sample equals sine input sample. This is a much more cumbersome way of just doing this. It is clamping it, mind you. It's letting it distort to a certain point and leaving it that way, but this is a very awkward way of doing just only that. Although, it's also doing sort of a dry wet between the distorted version and just dry. So that is also a thing. And then lastly, we have the slew section. And that's it right there. And then this is a very primitive version of noise, the dithering to 32-bit. This didn't really work either, but it's part of the sound of the thing. I ended up being able to do better versions of this, but this ends up becoming part of the sound of the thing. And that's how that stuff works. Anybody getting bored to tears by that, I apologize. I will always burn a lot of time if somebody comes in and goes, please tell me how audio programming works, because I would like more people to play with that. So getting back to here, we can start with this. This is going to make M be a priminess of roughly 1. And I can just be sticking it into each of these places because that's where it'll go. And this time I'm referring to the correct control. Thank you very much. Unlike all the mistakes I was doing getting up to this point, all these controls will be functional. So priminess. What's priminess about? Well, we're calculating these matrix delay numbers. We're iterating through all of the different spaces as seen here. Like that's text edit 1, that's text edit 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. And those are being turned to delay numbers. It's getting randomly populated by that stuff. And then what we do is we add, say, a chain of them together. For instance, that one of the outputs of this would be these in a row, or these ones, or these ones would all be possible outputs from going through it in this direction. Or indeed this combination. We have to go through every combination, and that's what produces the reverb. That's what a householder matrix does, is it's iterating through every possible combination of these numbers. That's what produces this. Total is the actual delay coming out the end. So we're keeping track of longest and shortest. That was what that previous one was doing, even though I didn't have it set up to do it properly, but that's still what it was doing. And then disp delays is like a buffer into which you could write audio. In fact, you could do this in such a way where it would write stuff and then be able to play it as samples. I don't currently have it set up to do that. Never really worked that one out. But if I have the ability to write a sample from scratch and play it within Godot, I would be able to write disp delays to a sample buffer, and then you'd hear what it was working on at the time. And then we add brightness, because we don't necessarily just go from 0 to 1, because these can overlap so much that certain of the outputs will be greatly magnified. We rotate them, and then we go through it again, working bottom to top rather than side to side. But it's essentially the same thing. Then we are also fiddling with the amplitudes according to the third control, or fourth control? Adjust shape, anyhow. And just so happens that in this way of evaluating it, we are looking for the lowest setting. When it says most equals max delay, comma most, it's shooting for the highest amplitude. This is similar to something that I was doing in another calculation. Another option would be to have most plus equals this end result. And again, most times array size, one of the things I'm doing is trying to make it adapt to all the different sizes of the array that it can be, so on and so forth. I'm pretty sure if I was to, like here's search 6, right? So if I was to do this differently, and instead I did this, most is going to end up being a different number if I do that. So quick attempt at trying it out on default settings. Here's what we normally get. 200 seats default settings. Score 14672.5. So it's working in this general area, doing these things. 10K, 9K, so on. If instead I comment out that uncomment this and also don't bother with the array size, now rather than looking for the maximum one, we're adding one every time we go. And so it's like a overall root mean square of this rather than looking for only the peak, which may or may not be a relevant thing to do. Let's run it and see what we get. We might end up with just enormously, well, no, apparently not. I was going to say we're going to have huge values, but apparently not. So that could be another experiment to try. One thing I can do is sort of have a look at what these end results look like. Also, there is an additional thing I could try. So all of these are designed to end up with the highest point that can happen. There's a change available in here where if I do this, it is then taking account of really large values way more, really small values way less, and then it's adjusting all of it as it goes. This is causing green to have much less of an effect on this than otherwise. So I could scale the whole thing up by a lot. If I then add a larger number in here, there. Now the green will show up much more. Now it's running this calculation, and what it's doing is it is trying to find the smallest outputs, and the more of these disp delay numbers wind up large, the higher the score will be. So essentially, I don't even know if Cloud is still here. I don't care. This is me doing my regular work, and so it doesn't matter whether people are watching or not. One of the things that's happening here is I'm scanning through disp delays T. It's then going and checking. Ideally, I can run this very quickly. That's the thing. Better if I run it quickly. So I have a couple of decisions to make. One of them is, do I want to run, because it's producing good results, right? So this line of code is producing good results. It is finding the reverbs where the individual outputs, there is the least intense individual output of all of them, and it cares nothing about what else is happening in there. This is adding all of the outputs up, which is not necessarily going to be the same thing. Like if all the outputs were very low except for one of them was super high, then that would rate as a very high number and it would count as something to be rejected. On the other hand, one like this might let that through simply because all the other ones would be very low. And I don't know really which one is advantageous, though I can crossfade between them. So maybe that might be fun. If I do that, I will want to check on what it does. So and this is slowing things down, but then this is actually what's taking most of the time. So let's see, if I run this, let's bump it to like 2000. I should do this over a variety of sizes. So this is gradually converging on red is about equal to the prime amounts of green. I don't think I have a good way to forgive me getting stuck in thinking. So yeah, so green up to about that amount. Then if we go to here, do the same thing. I'm going to assume I want it to be a little smaller than that. And back to our 2000. This is going to give me a different amount. How much though? Not nearly as much. So that means the numbers I'm producing there are smaller than the number of just taking the highest one. So there's a thing. So I could go back to 1024, or indeed more. 2048. I am not actually incorporating array size in this calculation. And it's getting me similar settings, but in order to hear what this does, I would have to be able to audition one or the other or a crossfade between them. But this is getting me into the zone. So the next thing to do is check and see whether smaller ones are operating in the same way, because that's definitely on the similar side. Back to what I've been using for weeks and weeks. We'll go to a 100. And that's filling up the area with green. And it's adapted to array size. And it's staying pretty consistent, so that seems fine. And then going back to here, time to see what happens when we go to 100 for this one. Same thing, very different. What? It's producing higher levels. Substantially higher levels, because none of the other stuff can get a look in, and our score is extremely high. So if it needs to scale and not be as large, I can maybe use array size. At which point 100 becomes, that actually might be a really large number. Yeah, it's still pegged. But then if I tried that on the 2,000-seater arena, it should also be pegged because the array size will be larger. And sure enough, yeah, so that's consistent. So I scale them all back by a factor of 10. And do I see the other stuff showing up? Yeah, kind of. And then pretty sure that's another one of the divisors. Dial it back even more. 2,000 seats. And that's acting like the previous one did, mostly. For the most part, it's doing the same thing. This means I have another control that I can use, which is not the priminess one. Here's where priminess would take effect. It's this. So just for the moment, I'm going to go right back to the previous setup. This is yet another control that I can add. If I can add it, I can manipulate it to try to make different sounds happen. So this might be just the ticket for getting into some of those sonic spaces. These are things that have previously been ignored. Default setting, priminess as normal. This is altering how much this bright green is relative to the dark green, to the extent that it can, because there's limitations to how much it can actually do. It's about 11,000. If I bump it up, in theory, this is going to start giving me smaller and smaller numbers in score, because it starts just wildly rewarding the ability to sneak more primes into this calculation. Versus not caring about them at all. And it should be going from 0 to like 2, if I've got it calculated correctly. And in fact, there's something else I can do too. We display all of this, you see. So equals J times, so 1 would be the minimum, so there. Now the display represents how much this is happening. And if I turn it off, the display will not show that happening. So back into the breach. Now we can turn it way up. And it will show that it's trying very hard to accentuate these little bright spots. And they are also contributing to the score. In that they are reducing the score. So the catch with these 6x6 matrices is that priminess can never go above a certain amount because it's guaranteed to have a lot of that stuff in the middle there too. So it becomes rather sensitive. It's forcing everything to, hey, Internet God, no, I'm making into the matrix. It creates reverbs. I have been planning to do an additional thing in Godot as well, but for now I'm kind of doubling down on this and doing more with it. Again, quit out of there, score 2351. However, if we do not have priminess in a factor, it's going to look different and it's going to rate things different. No priminess. We are now seeing sort of the smoothness of what the real output of it is without any accentuation, and the score is quite a bit higher. And it's not favoring prime numbers in the output at all, which I think is part of what's going to hurt the performance of it. And I can start bumping up and we'll start seeing them show up. As I keep increasing this letter, it's going to start taking those into account, and then we will start seeing brighter spots appear, indicating that it is applying this calculation rather than ignoring it. Also, at some point, it will not be able to find anything doing any better than that. I almost want to display the prime factor as a number because I can't read this very well. This is an accurate reflection of how many are primes and how many are not primes. But I don't think it's representing it very well. That said, I'm happy enough with this that it's time to go and apply these to other sizes. That will be just fine. So there we go. There we are. Hey, Grins. Well enough. I found that the settings that I made for this new feature that I added were stuck being the previous control box I had. So that was a bug that I fixed. Now I can test it out and see what it actually does. And I'm celebrating that by sort of accentuating it, making it go a little bit better. Upwards at this. Yeah, so now I need to include this. So where were we at? Okay, that's the place. Looking for that 618. Where is it? There it is. There we go. Now I should see maybe more of a response from some of these. In particular, I have high hopes for the 4x4 matrices. Oh, still doing that. Still doing this. Here's where I add it. My commiserations. Wherever you are, I'm sorry that man's there. Seems a shame. Let's do some of this. So here's the thing. If we do the 4x4, same kind of thing going on. We're generating a bunch of things, and the size of that green spot is varying each time we go. We have other factors contributing to how important that bit is. I wonder what the change I made earlier would do for this, because for this, very little is overlapping. It has very little to go by. And yeah, like you see, it's trying to come up with new volumes. Oh, it's in The Hague? Can you keep him there? He belongs there. Then if I increase priminess, we start having most subtract more, meaning that it's immediately going to take more of an effect, but this green, the bright green section of the bar should become much larger. Also, they will begin showing up almost immediately as little boosts on the display, because I changed the display so that it shows up. Fair. Can't blame you. We start seeing, it's going to have to come up with another high performance, and we have to generate a new high score. It's gotten itself to the point where it's struggling to find even higher scores. Heck, let's bump it to Z, see if it kicks off. There it goes. So now that I've cranked that up as far as it'll go, what it's going to do is weight that prime factor above practically anything else. Or at least that's the hope. In fact, I can coax it along. So the thing is, it might be more relevant for ones like these. When I've got ones like the 6x6s, there's this broad area in the middle where every possible outcome is covered. It's just a question of how loud they are. I am taking account of how loud they are. So if I go here, that's going from 0 to 2. I don't have to stop there, though. Let's see what happens if we go from 0 to 25. Oh, but that's search 3. Hang on. Let's go to the one I'm investigating and then do that. I'm contemplating multiplying it by itself so that it puts a curve on it. But for now, let's see what we get if we just have it be an extraordinarily high number. And then just crank it to the max, hit the 4x4 and see what it does. The score may end up being a very small score, but that bar is still going to show me what the actual numbers are. It's just that every time it hits a prime, it's subtracting way more from score than it would have otherwise. It doesn't look like it's throwing it too far off this time. Like, this still seems basically... The idea is, can you use the search for random numbers and all of this stuff to make it so that it comes up with a combination of numbers where, like, all the outputs are primes, or half of the output numbers are primes? That would be crazy. I don't think it's possible, but if anything can do it, the genetic algorithm and night-long runs with random numbers will get there. It'll find what it is and run with it. And it's actually showing the primes as bright blue numbers. That's interesting. But I know why. It's because they're slews. Very rarely is it going to have a bright green this way, which may or may not be something I want to keep. Maybe I want to change that so that there's a specific color coding for the primes. But for now, we are still exploring the realms of too heavy weighting on the primes. And since that's not doing anything weird, I can force matters a little bit by forcing it to do a smaller room. Then they will overlap to some extent. So that's a much smaller room. So it's going to overlap, and it is trying to massively reward anytime the echo returns hit primes rather than non-primes. And still not seeing that much in the way of weighting. Tempted to express that as a number somehow. But just for laughs, let's go through and make all of them be extreme and see what happens to our numbers when we go that silly. Like this. So now force early and priminess both become rather high numbers. Meaning that if we do our 2,000-seater arena with a 4x4, there's lots of space between all these numbers. And it's flagging all the ones that are primes, but it's turning them into, maybe I'm not satisfied with that, it's turning them into cyan. Whereas I feel like they should be a color of green to match the green shown on the display, rather than turning to a color of cyan when we're not even dealing with that. So quick little change there before going any further. Down here is where our color changing is done. Let's go and find that. Okay, fair enough. And in this case, we simply cease changing blue at all, because I don't feel like anything is visually gained from representing it that way. Begins has, there we are, same deal. All this is going to get scaled right back so that I have a visual representation that tracks with what I'm trying to do with making these echo returns register as either primes or non-primes. Technically, it can still produce cyans if the values are high enough. Also, I should remember to go back to search for, seeing as that's the one I'm experimenting with. But for now, boop. There. Now you can plainly see where they're showing up as primes. And we can also bump it up to Z, which should force new results if this is actually having an effect. Another possibility is the priminess factor of just like if I take the priminess factor and rather than subtracting from most, if I simply go, okay, most equals most divided by 5, that will overwhelmingly have an effect on how successful various ones are based on how many primes they have. It'll also override all the other calculations. Because what's happening is, with some of these, if the numbers were worked out just right, for instance, in this one, I think you could conceivably have combinations of numbers that produced way more primes than otherwise. And it would look like a sea of the bright green spots, with fewer of the dark green spots that will tend to make more your comb filtery bad sounds. But this is the process by which I'm trying to reinforce these primes, and the score still seems to be rather high. But I've changed all of them, so I can also have a look at what happens with the larger matrices, like the 5x5, which I don't really do very much with anymore, because I've got the 6x6 going on. And it is producing very large numbers. That's a bit confusing. And I think that they're being created by the red. That is the bulk of what's causing most. Most is this number that's ending up being score. So applying this priminess stuff should be able to make those numbers go down, but most is at such a large, like with these numbers, if I take a number that big and subtract priminess, I think I can scroll this. Yeah, it looks like I can scroll this. So it's going to be a bit above here. It's going to be here. So here's my trouble. With some of these, I am generating such a high score on the back of this red score that it's essentially not able to do anything else. That might be a factor of how I'm calculating out the green score. See, it found another one and it still doesn't really account for very much. What I'm looking to do is come up with a way for the output to be drawn almost entirely in just the green spots without any of the dark green spots, although that's probably impossible. I'm not seeing that now, though. And what I'm seeing is whatever is contributing to the red part of the calculation is stacking up so much that nothing else gets a word in edgewise. I could drop this so that red is not a factor at all anymore. And indeed it is rapidly going to lower scores because now it can, because I'm no longer paying attention to what the red parameter does. Oh, also let's pump up priminess. And these things are contributing to lower scores. Again, most minus equals this stuff. The other thing that I can do is just go, if there is something in a prime, most divides by equals most times 0.5. Just every time we hit a prime, we scale way back, and that will rapidly, it will override everything else. And anytime you can get even one more prime into the calculation, then it will become very excited and give it a better score. So that is a possibility. So if we were to do that, here's what would happen. Back up to where it's done. Back down to where it's applied. Comment this out. And most times equals 0.5. We'll go really hardcore on it, but this is going to apply the same whether we're starting with small numbers or large ones. We're on search 5. Here's what that does. Apparently not a lot. Wow, that's weird. I wasn't expecting that. How is this even possible? Is this some quirk of the 5x5 I'm not taking into account? Okay, well, let's quickly override this part again. I don't know why it's doing this, but I don't generate the 5x5s anymore, so that might have something to do with it. There. Now, our number being produced, it's being calculated in this way. I am mystified that this isn't having a bigger effect. Although granted, it's still going down fairly much, but see all those bright little spots? What I'm expecting to see is most going down very, like, it's going to have, let me do a thing. I gotta track this. I gotta track this. No question about it. So here's where we type stuff in. Here is just a label. I can duplicate that label twice. And then move them both over. And we're going to display how many primes there are, straight up. Oh, got to change the size of that a little bit so that we don't have that silly scroll bar. And we're going to make that one horizontal line right. Fill up that space a little bit, and its default text gets to be 0. And then we're going to rename it because we need to be updating it. Its name is now display primes, and we're going to alter the text of it as we go. Let's see if we can make this work. Oh, and I also need to keep a variable. No biggie, know how to do that. And let's specify what that is. Okay, now we have, let's make it better. Prime count, that is 0. Prime count plus equals 1. So every time we hit 1, not only are we making green bright be larger, but we're also counting how many there were. So I can watch and see how it does. I can also watch and see whether it goes up and down, or whether it just kind of... And then where it would be good. Okay, we draw the bar chart, then let's display the thing. So, like this. Boop. Oop. That's the one. Alrighty. If this works, hell, you're quite welcome. That's what I did Soft Clock for. There will come a time when I'm making music too using it. I'm quite enthusiastic about the prospect, even though I have so many things also to do. So, 0 primes. Let's hit it and see what we get. Alrighty. So it's claiming 224, then 217, 231, 211. It's going to be somewhat sensitive to how many echo returns there are. Now let's see if we can make that number go up. Z. Can you start giving me more? That was not an improvement. Although, if all the other echo returns are even fewer, then quick little change. Where was that? Okay. So, iterating over array size. If displays t equals 0, uncount that stuff. So now it's going to check all of them, and everything, prime or not, is going to produce a -1. Then, if we get a prime, and we plus equals 2, it takes away the -1 that was applied and converts it to a 1. This is going to give us a negative number that tracks the proportion of primality versus unprimality going on. So it's going to be a big negative number. Actually, let's run that again. Start at A. Wait. It's not having any effect now. Dang it. It only has an effect if we're doing this with it. Might as well just be Z then. It's going to do the same thing. Huh. Okay, so 200 minus 996 minus 1199. Okay. Starting to look a little different. Let's add another variable to try to track this better. I want a better number with it. On prime count. And I'm working on search 5, so that ought to be sufficient. I don't suppose I need to blank this out here. 1 and so now I've got both of those operating, and here's where I display something, so I can display something else, I'm guessing. Oh, no capitalization there. Gotcha. This probably isn't going to work. I've defined them as integers. Can probably get away with re-examining that, but maybe it'll work. Nope, it's not going to work because I declared them as integers. So it is not happy. But I don't have to. All I got to do is not be declaring them as integers, and they should be fine. Hang on, let's edit this too. No longer need float in there. Or the extra parenthesis. But it's going to be an annoying looking thing unless I format it in some way, but that's fine. Alrighty, so 0.1, or I can just let that scroll bar cut off the size of it. And yeah. This is showing me the basic information I'm looking for. What's still puzzling the hell out of me is why this is doing what it do. This should be making the size go way down. Search 5. Okay, so score 17073. The idea was to count the number of primes, and if I do this extremely enough, every new high score should be a new lower result. It's looking kind of like that. I'm just not sure if it really is, though. What happens if I go back to the other calculation? If we instead do this, that's going to subtract the amount of, and we can increase this variable if we want. It's just arbitrary. I often go for a golden ratio if I'm looking for an arbitrary number. And we can even permit it to go into negative values, which it should take into account. In theory, it should be able to do that. And sure enough, the calculations I'm doing are providing extremely negative numbers now, because priminess goes up to a very, very high number indeed. So it's never going to count with anything better than those. So if I do this over again and start it out with none of that happening, it's going to be on the normal side. It's not taking it into account at all. And 0.13 is indeed less than the numbers we were seeing. Then I kick this in, and we start seeing a lot of results. Ooh, 0.1487 primes. That's better than, and the score is extremely negative already. I don't know why that would be causing it to freak out in the way that it does, but boy, is this effective. Maybe it's so effective that I don't need this here. Again, I'm working with score. It's producing this stuff. Then if I increase this, which might need to dial it back even more than that, or not, we'll see. It's supposed to make score become less, but maybe not to a crazy amount. In rewarding ones that have higher numbers of primes, that percentage there, that fraction, 0.1379 primes, should become a larger and larger proportion, which is what the bright green spot in the bar represents. It's just that I can't really distinguish whether it's getting higher or not. But this gives me a reference number. This is going to show me whether it's consistently finding larger and larger proportions of prime numbers or not. Let's bump this up to D. Score will become smaller if this is correct. And it'll probably be doing that because it found even more primes. I'm not sure if that's quite the same. Let's bump it up to its default number then, M. M ends up being about 13, and we have a smaller proportion of primes this time. That could be because the blue amount is performing better. That would be the brightness. That would be, this is not as good at being filled with a million, billion, zillion primes, but the output of it is less bright, and it's counting for that. And again, I can force it to do different things simply by changing these letters on the fly, or ideally, while running it. Let's crank this up all the way and see what it does. As this number that I'm multiplying by, it's 26, but I took away multiplying it by 618. So it might not have enough going on to really... Oh, no. When you look at that. So the fraction there of the number of primes has increased slightly. Oh, I have an even funnier idea. We can scale all of this by the amount that it's taking into account. I can represent that. Let's give it a try. Displays t. And let's see, unprime count. Do I need to adjust green to be here, or is that not a relevant factor? Let's pretend for this it's not a relevant factor. So there's more of those, but it's adding a smaller amount. Less of these, but it's adding a smaller amount times like 25. What do we get? It's now taking that into consideration. Okay, interesting, interesting. Okay, getting more and more interesting. Because what we are doing now, and I do not know whether I need to multiply by priminess for that part, is we are doing each of these weightings by how loud that moment is. So if there is a really loud moment that lines up on a prime, this number having to do with how much effect the primes have is getting incremented by that much. Oh, and it looks like it just went down again. Still, I think this is on the right track. Let's try this. We've simplified it right down. Each time it is only using the amplitude of that point. Also, I don't have enough space on that meter, so I need to move it around a little bit so that I can represent it properly. And we start with nothing. Okay, let's emphasize maximum priminess. And what kind of numbers do we start to see? Oh, 274774. I can shrink that back down again. It's not actually proving useful. I don't need that many decimal places. Hello. Or we can scale it differently. And when I say scale it differently, here's something I can do. Well, actually, no, if that's less than 1, that's going to make them smaller and smaller. That's no good. There. Now we have lots of that. And maybe I can simplify the displaying of it better too. Firstly, we are no longer literally counting them, so that is no longer a thing. But, let's see. Dang it, where was it? There it is. There, let's see what this looks like now. No longer has any relation to anything, but we're going to get a number. It's just not a very big number. Okay. That means this needs to be pushed further. What doesn't? So it can count around between whatever it counts around. Let's boost this a lot. Now, what do we got? Okay, we got numbers. They're bouncing around quite a bit. Those numbers are a factor of how many primes there are compared to how many non-primes there are, not counting silence. And if I have that number, that means I can do things with it too. See, there's a much higher. So if I don't like the fact that it's bouncing around like this, and I want to reinforce this factor as much as I possibly can, I can go into the final part where it's coming up with most and doing its calculations on there, doing things like force early and so on. And we can divide most by this number. If we do that, we are almost certain to wildly accentuate the number we end up with. So let's give that a shot. Why not? We'll dial it back to 100. We'll maybe, let's see, where was that? Here it is. We'll allow that to be floating point again. And then this becomes our number by which we're calculating some of this stuff out. So here we go. Most plus equals this times force early. That's going to force things to, so we'll do it like this. There. Now, if that produces larger numbers, that's going to make most dial itself back quite aggressively. That's a heavy, heavy weighting, which we can accentuate by boosting it like this. And that means this thing, this is zero primed, should be always incrementing, unless I'm completely missing my guess. So far, that's what it looks like. And priminess can play a role here as well. That is another number where it's kind of boosting along. We get to see the final score. It seems a pretty well managed amount. Magpies yelling, you better get your cat to safety, man. The magpies are going to come up with a terrible revenge. Those are corvids. Beware. I gotta say, I'm quite happy at how reasonably not too hot it is in here, given that this is another damn 100-degree day outside. The same techniques that I'm using to survive the coldness of the winter are helping me out, I believe. And I'm pretty happy with how this is looking. I am simply wondering if I can fiddle with the priminess control more, or maybe I am basically overthinking it at this stage. Some of this has just been since this morning. I haven't tried any of these, although I got really... Did you hear the new results? Did you hear them? Come on. There you go. Open. And I need to sort by tag. I can probably pipe this through as well. So here's a previous one. Here's this morning. Here's an older one. Here's this morning. And here's guitars with this morning. It was going really well this morning. I really got onto some new stuff, even though some of my calculations, I fixed some bugs this morning that should help further work along these lines. I think the prime stuff is helping, so the more I can accentuate that, I guess the better it's going to be. Let's run around bringing some of these things up to speed. I know I need to add this to all of these. So let's go and find them. So most plus shortest and shortest. That overrides to some extent because it's going to allow it to force stuff not to be excessively long delay before the first sound. So that comes after this thing that I'm doing. This is going to be this. We're going to have errors because I haven't instantiated those variables yet, but I'm going through and making all of these match the 5x5, and then I'm going to see what it does, because That's the thing. There's still going to be stuff to do. Drawing the reverb, drawing the chart, displaying this. I could make it not a decimal point by simply adapting this again. Then copying them all over. There. So that times 100, then turned into int. Then I don't have a decimal point, but there is enough granularity to be able to see what it's doing. Seems legit. Legit enough. Oop, hang on. That's not copying everything, is it? Copy. I put it in right after the bar chart because the bar chart is where similar calculations are being displayed, and that's why I want it right after the bar chart. Oh, wrong place. Again, I said after the bar chart, and I meant it. I don't know why I did that. I knew it wasn't going to work. I haven't defined the things. So up into here, I got a few changes all around here. So unprimed count plus equals displays. Let's see, green on bright plus 1. Yikes. What the heck was that? How about here? Nope. Let's try doing that properly this time. I see why that went wrong. I should have done this. This is just text mangling now. My struggles are no longer having to do with, and I know that it's doing the thing. I don't care. I'm doing it this so I can see where everything is first. Then I can fix that. Spacings, green on bright, and on prime count. And let's see, green on bright and on prime count. It's helpfully flagging all those things as being terribly wrong. Let's also, do I need to? Yeah, that's still got the 618 in there. Let's update both of those things. And then I also have to make sure that they're all correct up at the top where I instantiate them. But for now, displays times adjust green times priminess. That. 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 That one's not going to have the errors there. So far, so good. And then up at the top here, just after for dummy. Hang on. There it is. And up here, likewise, just after for dummy. That's each iteration as it goes. And then lastly, let's double check where it's doing this. It's right in the same vicinity. Priminess needs to be It is 0 to 25. And now let's see if it runs. Looks like it runs. 555 is going to still be fine. Let's see what number. Oh, okay. Numbers are actually going down, and that's weird, but I guess it found a better result. And then we'll try it on a 4x4 and see what that does. Numbers are looking consistent and like they're behaving correctly. Also, for an 81-seat room, that looks very smooth. It's hitting immediately. The dots are... What's going on with that? It's a bunch of very early reflections. It may be trying to go for very small reflections because it's finding primes easier there. Oh, and the number is going up. I like that. I'll come up with something else to call this. Because, ooh, I love it. Numbers going up more and more and more. It's really leaning in. Okay, let's quickly try the 3x3 and the 6x6. I'm curious as to what the 6x6 is going to do. It's going to very quickly become a very high number, that's what. Funny how the bar never looks that impressive, but the whole point of this number is to gravitate towards the highest possible scores I can get on that factor. Oh gosh, look at that. Holy crud. Yeah, that counts as a high score. That's like a third of the numbers are actually primes. It's going to do really well in the 3x3s because there are so few end results. Or not, because it just dialed it back. Or did it? Looks like it did. Time to change the looks of this, and then I will play with the Prime-X, the Prime-X rating, which is meant to be the highest number you can get. That is our score of how heavily primes are represented in all this. And over to the 6x6, what do we get? Oh, it starts at lower numbers. But it's ramping up pretty aggressively. Look at that. So that's the neat thing about this. And I'm quite happy with these developments. I feel like this is going to lead towards very cool things. What's being measured by this new number I'm calling Prime-X is it's weighting the amount of energy in this little cloud of reverb at each of those points, because each of those points is a echo return. And the ones that are primes are the ones that are not going to overlay onto other ones in an unpleasant way. This is already engaged and contributing to the sound of the reverbs that I'm generating. I'm just kicking it up a notch. I'm making it basically go crazy trying to find combinations of numbers that are going to perform well in this way. And we can give it a nudge by kicking it up to Z and seeing whether it comes up with anything else. It may not. Though there's always one way that I can kick a new output out of it, which would be lowering some of these other things to force a additional result out of it. You know, the funny thing is I had my heart set on working on this today, but I feel like this is also worthwhile. People were saying on YouTube how nice it was that I endlessly pursued this kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I've been very deeply buried in verbs for weeks. But that's why you have K beyond. The thing is, like, what if I'm able to do other things that are as much beyond K beyond as K beyond is beyond the previous ones? We could really be going in a direction that's interesting here. One thing I'm noticing here, though, is we've kind of ground to a halt. It's not finding anything else better. Possibly because of the high prime x number. So that's a very large proportion. More than that, currently what it's doing, and I can't wait to hear what this does. Or technically, I don't have to wait to hear what this does because I could be trying this on stream. But I'm interested, shall we say, in what this does, because we are literally waiting the end result. Oh, I've got great things in store for pointed guitar as well. Hey, check it out. I have show and tell again. Remember this? This is that little Music Thing modular control surface. I've currently got it set up for Pointy Deluxe, because the idea behind that was I've got a whole range of settings on Pointy Deluxe, and these are color-coded to correspond with that. In other words, this is fizzy, and also the one above it. Here, I'll show you. I'll go back to display overlay. We will not bother to keep this running, maybe. Well, I'm going to keep it running and see if it makes higher than 228 for Primex. That would be interesting. But I'll run Twisted Wave and see if I can't open a guitar-related sounds. This. I'm pretty sure I have this engaged, but it's possible I don't, in which case, sorry about that. Okay, what about the regular one? Or is this the one where you have to make it search? I fear maybe I have to make it search. So this is going to take a little while, but I may be able to show you the new thing. Funnily enough, PyWacket is going to try to avoid suppressing bright, sharp attack transients. I could see how logical would. Theoretically, it would depend, I guess, upon how loud they actually are, because PyWacket is fading between the normal sound and a rather peak-happy sound. Huh. Okay, now it's froze up. What's its little problem? How about you skip that and keep going? I don't know what its problem was there. This is just so that I can demonstrate the most recent thingy. Also, I can keep an eye on this and see whether it even finds Pointy Deluxe or whether I have not added that yet. Sometimes I don't. I need to do the demos and things, but sometimes I don't. It also boggles my mind as to how slowly it does this, considering that it's a really fast computer. But whatever, we'll get there. And yeah, I put a bunch of work in. The reason I want to load this, to the point of maybe I'll even make a point of putting it in the VST folder and rescanning, just so that you can see. The reason I wanted, oh, what's your little problem? Oh no, there it goes. Is that I've named all of the sliders on Pointy Deluxe, and they track with frequency more accurately, even though they should have already been tracking accurately. But Pointy Guitar has its limitations, and these are limitations I've really jumped on with Pointy Deluxe. Let's see if we are ready or whether I have to go through and do it again. P. Well, for heaven's sake. Okay. I am now frustrated and I'm going to do the thing. Here we are. We're going to make it have the new plugin. Dang it. You can go and get the new plugin so that I can show it to you. Back into the breach. Also, are we still running the... Yes, we are. I think that prime X number might have gone backwards. I'm not really sure. Back into the breach. Let's do all this again. It'll get there. Actually, why am I opening? Let's just scan without anything being open. Oh, because it can't scan without something there. Okay, fine. Go ahead and be irritating. That's not what I meant to do at all. Come on, open recent. There we go. That's more like it. I don't have to have anything selected, though. And back into the breach of... Hang on, does it need to rescan for AUs, or is it just doing that on the fly? Ah, doesn't need to rescan for AUs. Here we are. Got there. So, Pointy Deluxe is just only named sliders. There's no gains or gates or amp simulations or anything. These names are taken from, I was talking earlier about people going, oh, your endless stuff. Yeah, Tim Gilly seemed endless too until he passed away. He moved to New Zealand. He had a health condition. But before he died, he popularized Slipperman's Distorted Guitars from Hell. I'm using his labels for frequency ranges. And I have taken them, and I have applied them. I'm going to unplug it because it doesn't actually matter now. And I have applied them to color coding with the two on the edges being left off. So you can set those by hand. But then the rest of it, I'm going to be able to set this up to apply to all of these on the fly and bring them into Reaper and have them automatically control Pointy Deluxe anytime I want, or anything along those lines. Top one is Hell. That doesn't actually get used. It's making stuff louder, but it's basically just supersonics. And you can mute everything by bringing anything down to 0. But it's basically just low pass. Fizz is going to be this white fader. very bright sounding. Pick is this pink fader. That's for pick attack. And this is normally, this and Satan are where we get our crunch. Dial that back down a little bit. Satan is this red one. Danger is the orange one. He says, danger, be careful with this. Critical is the yellow one. He says, kills newbies on contact, beware. So danger and critical. This one, Slipperman considers important but hard to work with. That's why it's called danger. Same with critical. It's a lower middle thing. If you just suck it out, well, that's not necessarily good. So you have to know how to work with it. H meat and L meat are like chuggy type stuff. Let's put Pick and Satan back. Here's the low meat of your guitar. So if we go for high gain, high meat, low meat. Swing is the cab thunder. So yeah, danger, critical, high meat and low meat are green and blue, swing, black. And then rarely, that's subsonics. Slipperman says, never say never, just say rarely. So that's not on the control surface, but if you have an 8-channel control surface, you can assign the middle ones to it. Then maybe pull these back a little bit. But here's the thing. With this one, if you pull out a channel too much, you're boosting the one above. Watch this. Here's Satan. But if you cut danger, you're getting a effect that is part Satan. And then if you cut anything too hard, it silences the effect. So if you're doing something like this, and then you're taking something and cutting it way too hard, it does the weird thing. Likewise here. So you can make silly sounds this way, but you could also use the control surface to do things more or less moving stuff together and get into a zone where you're like, And then you end up manipulating stuff We'll leave these in the middle for now. And then we can do everything being slightly boosted. See if all your stuff is just only turned up. You get a big heavy sound. No, this is not going to be this week's plugin, but it could come along fairly soon. I got to interleave these with like decrackle and other reverbs and stuff. But yeah, this is what I'm on about with this and why I color-coded all of these in such a way that I can probably remember what color is associated with what thing. Like if I go about it in such a way, and I don't even have it set up to work with Reaper yet either. The idea of having the additional control surface is so that I can jump in. I've already got a control surface for console X, but this would give me a second control surface for all manner of crazy amp simulator type stuff for use with guitars and basses, because this is exactly the same as using this for a bass. In fact, I can probably go and bring up a bass of some kind if I can find one. Yeah, I don't know whether that'll work for you, but it might. There's a bass. Let's monoize it. Select a little snippet which hopefully has music being played in it, and back to our effects. So can this do bass, you ask? Well, we could do dumb things like, but if we don't, fizz, little high meat, you don't need as much gain. Extra clang on the highs. Very aggressive top end on that then. here's a bass that's sitting mostly in high meat. And we can make it really accentuate the subs a lot. So yeah, weird settings do interesting things because of all the strange interactions between the filter bands. And then you smush it completely flat. Total subs. Little bass ampy click to it. Nasty, and a Satan bass, clearly. So yeah, so you can do this. And I would say that there's ways of making that work with the bass. Let's not save the changes. But even more amusingly, we can, let's see, where are we going with this? Oh, well, I mean, one possibility is this doesn't have amp simulations and cab simulations and things built in. So you will hear something out of it. Stepping on it a little bit, but we can condition an existing amped guitar sound. Starts with this. Yeah, sure enough, Critical is actually lacking on that one because it's a small one-speaker cabinet. Bassier sound out of it. Starts with this, and then it's a much bigger, midier, punchier sound. And that's amped. That's not a DI at all. Which is why you can also do foolishness like this. he says as he tries to find the thing he seeks. Don't tell me I'm not going to find this. This has to be here. Wow, I am disappointed. I have this file, I just don't have it here. Why? What's it doing to me? Why are we not... I mean, I could do a modern Tron, but that seems kind of pointless, because what I'm looking for, I'll just do this. So we have this. But even though this is the worst of the possible audio examples that I could use, firstly, hang on, that's not right at all. That's not right either. Come on. So we can do this. So like that. When I actually demonstrated on the laptop that I make videos on, that I have a better drum track to do with it. But you can do this. So that's going to be fun. It's going to be real messy for people, I think. Also, I have other variations of that kind of thing coming along. So here's where we're at with this so far. Also, note that I got to take a moment and go and defrost food for dinner. So how about I quit this for a moment, I'll get it started again, and I'll come and look back and see how it's getting on. Hi, are you responding to me? There we go. So, priminess, crank all the way up. Force early is probably fine the way it is, or indeed even less. The rest of this stuff I can leave the way it is. Force early was originally this control. Prime X. We'll go with 900 seats, and we're going to do some sounds similar to the ones that were sounding really good before, and let's see what this generates. And I will be right back. Letting this run so that we can watch and see what it comes up with as far as what it considers to be the best possible reverbs, and then maybe we can even hear it. Primex 21. Huh. Okay, well, it's trying to do... Oh, okay. Oh, God, look at that. Holy crud. Yep. We're finding better things on a second-by-second basis, so this is going well. Like, the entire thing started lighting up in green, indicating that there were lots of prime numbers in there and that they were very heavily weighted. So, cool beans. I'll be right back. I have to get the oven going and thaw some cheese out. For tacos, it's tacos. It'll be tacos. Okay, I'm back. Got the oven warming up, got cheese thawing out, all set to get into having dinner at an appropriate time, which would be nice. But before I do that, and I apparently didn't get the time to do any of this today, maybe Thursday, because like I'm waiting on getting this done, before getting in and starting to make music again, because since around 2021, I've been using these every time I sit down to make a piece of music, and I just wing it and go on the basis of this. But I don't want it to be cards. I want it to be a computer program, because people can download one of those. And Thursday. Tacos are good for me. It means I have to eat like tomatoes and lettuce and stuff. Look at that. Primex of 103. That's some kind of high score. I can eject that. Verbs.txt. Here's where we place stuff to try out. I'm going to go and get the dev laptop handy. It's not going to stay out because I won't have anything for it until tomorrow morning. But by tomorrow morning, I'll have a whole batch of this. And over to this. Here's the best we've done since I started it running. Score is that. It is a cloud of reverb at about 650 seats or so, which doesn't actually end up mounting to anything, but we're going to say that that is a thing. And we shall hear the Uber Primex result. All I have to do is click here, select all, cut. If it comes up with an even better one, it'll fill that one in there. Paste. Save and quit and eject. We will listen to this all off of that SD card. And then this is awaiting. Or it would be if it was plugged in. Give me a moment. Boop. This is awaiting. Ta-da. This is what it looks like when I do this for hours and hours a day, day after day, over and over again. But we're going to do just exactly one of them this time. Verbs.txt. I get large numbers of these, and then I set it up so that I can just go through and do them. Here is our latest Uber verb, maybe, or maybe it's just going to be garbage, but I bet it's probably not garbage. Paste, build, and I am copying this for future reference. Replace, launch this. Nice thing about these old Macs is that they can access new versions of the plugin immediately. You don't have to restart. Apply and close. And then I always normalize. And that means I have a hotter peak here. This is already looking like it is peak happy, and that's good for what I have in mind. Save as. It's 649 dash, and then Command V pastes in that. I don't have to type that out every time. I only have to select it. Save it. And then bring it immediately back to the other computer, which is still trying to come up with a better version. Maybe we'll go back and forth if it finds more of them. But for now, save it. I do always have to quit after each one because it needs to be able to find its new one. Eject and back over to here. Don't usually do this with just one reverb at a time. Usually I do it in sets of 15 or possibly 30. Paste it in. Here's what we just saw. We get to do an evaluation of it. Not the highest of scores, but looking pretty good. Oh, got to turn that on first, otherwise it won't work. Minus 8.03. It is a 8.18. So it's not the hottest of peaks, but it's up there. And here's what it sounds like. It's not super sustainy, but it is very true to the tone coloring of the drums. Right up into the high frequencies too. So we got a thump guitar. That's very clean for an unfiltered reverb impulse. Let's have a little fun with this as long as we're at it. As long as we're into this pile of mess. That was very clean sounding, but it was a fairly small room, and it's a 649 seat compared to potentially a 900. Let's rerun this and generate another one. So what shall we use? Well, this seems to be pretty much balanced out. Although, hang on. This isn't my most recent. Let's use the settings I used from my most recent and build it into the plugin. Save me a bit of time adjusting things. So today, GDCCFIEF. GD, that's going to have a significant effect. I think it was CC I just saw. Yeah. I'm going to move it down here where I can see it. CC. FI. Okay, that's different. That's part of what made the original one do what it was. Those haven't been changed in code, so that's going to be the same as it was. FI. EF is the same. And then force early was actually F. So we'll set it to that. And then there was nothing for this M, but I'm going to bump it up to the absolute max just because that's the thing I'm going to try to test out. We'll save it. We'll run it. And now it'll do a slightly better job of emulating that good sound I got earlier. In particular, this changing GD is going to do a lot as far as giving me a better sound here. And then we're going to go for a bigger space. And let's give it a shot. So that's a 1300 seat place. We are effectively forcing early reverbs. Prime X is sitting around 10. We're going to do another stage of hassle for this because I'd like to hear what cranking this new effect does. See, Prime X 85. As it starts finding the extremely prime-centric sounds, which tend to make it sound more transparent, but on a really big space. I want to hear what a really transparent, big space sounds like. And we're getting up pretty good, given that it's been running for a very short period of time. In fact, what I can do is I can grab a couple of them as I go. Like they're all going to be bigger than this. So if I grab this guy and then let it continue to run, Firstly, I'll be able to see whether it's found it better very easily by just cutting, and then it's nothing but a blank until it finds another. So we got that there. And then it's a matter of hanging out and seeing if it finds another. This is an interesting arrangement here. We've got a lot happening in the red channel, the naturalness and spacing channel, and that tends to have the effect of making things sound more natural and plausible. What it maps to specifically is that red bar up top. That is spacings between distinct echoes. So it's only counting zeros. It's only counting silences between echoes, but it's trying to make even numbers of spacings between those. I have not actually considered finding some kind of intermediate thing where fluctuations between loud and quiet would do the same thing. It's certainly a possibility. I just don't know what threshold that would be. Oh, and we have found another one with an even higher prime X number. I see no special reason why I can't just grab all of these as I go. We are, after all, trying to hear a bunch of cool reverbs, and the more I do, the more likely it is that we'll hear something that's cool and worth hearing. So that top one I've already done. Here's two more of different sizes. None of them are humongous, but I like the cloudy look of this one. The way that the cloud effect kind of has just smatterings of delay stuff on the delay tail here that are all very quiet. That feels like that's going to be good. Because there's a degree of randomness it needs to have. And it needs to not just be a solid, if it's like a solid amount and then it immediately cuts off, that's going to sound like a gated reverb. But spaced just right. And I am seeing a lot in the way of the green is being boosted massively by my priminess control, which is cranked all the way up as far as it'll go. Ideally, I can isolate what this is. Often when you boost something, like for instance, the red channel is currently very active here, and that brings on more basic realism. But I wonder if I can nudge it even while we're going. That's a lot of red. Oh, and immediately we got another one. So let's just grab everything, okay? Any of these, all of these are supposedly in increasing order of goodness. Certainly prime X keeps ramping up and up and up, and that feels good. I like the sound of that. And it's a 1055, so it's also going, well, no, it's not only going smaller. That's a little bit bigger than the previous one. So if I lower these settings, this bar is going to take up less space because it will be leaning upon that less rigorously. And I can do that like this, and it'll probably force an update, although it may not. If I go to AA, it definitely will, because then there will not be any space for the red bar to show up at all, but it has. But it's dialed back on prime X a little bit. That said, there's no reason we shouldn't count this as well. This is also one of the bigger ones. It's slightly bigger than any of the previous examples we had. And I'll grab that. And this is probably time enough to run off and make these into audio and listen to them and see what they sound like. So verb.text, instead of having one, now we have 5. Save, quit, drag. We're going to keep this routine going. I just don't usually do it in quite this way, but no harm done. Back over to our laptop. This makes no sense. Why would this still be open? I removed the SD card. Let's open it again. There we are. This gets moved down here so that I can put stuff there. We've already done you. Already 4 more to come. Hassle it may be, but I am as eager to hear this as you are. There were several bug fixes in here, and I'm just curious as to what I'm going to get. Because you see, it is in some ways an assumption that this is going to make things better just because I thought they would. There's a process of discovery here where it's about finding out, does this really make it sound better? Does it sound different in some recognizable way? My assumption, with the use of here, I gotta copy this, save me time. With the use of prime numbers, and bearing in mind that you can't use prime numbers as the initial sounds, it has to be the output of the matrix. If I make it do more prime numbers, what it should be doing is balancing out all the reverb stuff more effectively, which will cause it to be more transparent and less like metallic ringy tones and whatever. That's what it should do. I don't know whether it will, but that's what it should do. Paste, and then I don't have to copy that. You will notice that it is now set slightly differently from the previous one, because the previous one I had not adjusted the default settings yet. And then as soon as we're finished, we jump in and do it again. This I've done for hours upon hours. I don't have a mechanized way of doing this, but I have learned a routine by which I can do it more smoothly. And maybe, like, you know, listen to YouTube videos or something while I'm at it. Put on some dub techno or whatever. And just sort of groove my way through it. Again, remember to copy that. I don't want to type it out. I want to just hit paste. Here's our 1055. I'm probably going to leave it at this. These 5 are probably going to suffice. Because really what I'm going to be wanting to do is dial in the setting I want for this, set 15 of them going and run them all night. Because it'll take 8 hours, and when it says like update 11, it might get to update 29. Every single one of those, in theory, will be better than the previous. Or perhaps not, but that's why we're trying these ones. If the fitness function is really dialed in, then every successive one will be better than the previous one. And it's just a matter of waiting around until it's able to come through with the really high quality ones. Because it's grinding through, using its fitness function, using its randomization to just try stuff. To try and try and try stuff to the best of its ability. And the fitness function is what's able to test whether that's working or not. And I got 2 more. And then I will have the experience I've had so many days now, where it's like, oh, I'm done. That was the last one. Yay. Because it's not bad, it's just boring and tiring. But it is for a good purpose. And bear in mind, all of the original ones and early ones and everything else that I've done follow the same pattern. So just adding new parameters doesn't take away the previous ones. If I lucked into a really good one previously, I get to keep it. The hope, however, is that in continuing to do these, the new fitness functions, all this stuff about doing like primes better, etc., just starts producing things where all the new ones sound better than all the old ones, and then I can run with that. So 1247 this time. No, not 127, 1247. If I forget to copy that little word, I end up pasting the entire reverb pattern into that box again. At which point I just have to delete it and stop. It doesn't crash the program, but it's not useful for a name. And lastly, the biggest one of all, 1353. Man, I gotta tell you, I'm really grateful that my heating, or cooling rather, stuff is working reasonably today, because it gets really bad when it's 100 degrees out, and it's just not that bad in here right now. That said, heat rises, so upstairs might be terrible. Okay, what are we doing? We forgot to quit this. I'd better quit that. So, build the new one. Move it here. It has to be quit, otherwise it won't accept the new plugin. Over to this again. There's a new sound. Let's see how it normalizes. Does it make it go smaller? Not really. Save as 1353. And our line of gibberish, which is basically just the settings for the program. That's how I found out that I didn't have it set previously to the high score getting cool sounding one of last night. Was not all those settings were the same. And out of here we go. I get to save and quit out of there this time. And it is time for a couple of things, really. One of them is I'm going to put the laptop away. No further use of that. I get to have dinner before I have to deal with this again. And I will get to have dinner because I made tacos. Or I'm in the process of making them, rather. Boop. Here is our SD card. Here is Into the Matrix Debug, which has not found a new setting, so the 1353 is best yet. I'm going to quit out of there right now. And I'm going to save this. I believe I have everything updated and matching. I think. Do I? Also, why is it not letting me select stuff? I need to go to... Here we go. Slight bug. Slight bug. So, do I have all of this up to date with each other? This is probably where I would find out. Search 6 is the one I've been using, so let's look at that. However, I think search 5... needs this. We've got some more editing to make, although what I've done is probably going to be fine. I should have had all of these. Okay, that matches. Good. That matches. And that matches. So I guess I was just confused. I thought I had not got these up to date, but I have. I was looking at this. This is meant to be this way. So I am going to export a copy to replace all the other copies I've got. Show you that in a moment. Getting ready for being able to set them up to go this evening. And I'll do a whole batch of them like the ones I did over last night that produced some really cool sounds and see whether they do any better. If not, I adjust the settings and try again over the next day or over the next night. Also, I'm going to take a moment and peek at whether my phone... Nope, probably good. My car is getting fixed. It's going to cost me money, but hopefully not too horribly much. And I ain't walking out there in the 100 degrees, so I will call them up tomorrow. I said I can let you have it until Wednesday morning, and presumably I'll find out whether it's okay Wednesday morning. If it's not, I guess I'll figure something else out. So there we are. And this is the previous generation of Into the Matrix. And here's where we get its replacement. So those all go bye-bye. And I make a batch of 15 of these, which is today's, as in just now. And having done all this, I don't have to copy that out 15 times right now. I'll do it when I've finished streaming. I've only got about 15 minutes. Let's play with what we just made. What do we got? First, measuring and rating it. And having it be a different RMS value doesn't necessarily mean it'll be bad. There's use for those too. But I'm curious as to what it wants to give me. 13.09, nope, 13.64. 13.64 minus 7.26. I got another one of my basic boys. It is a RMS heavy one. These just get generated out randomly. I'm never really quite sure what's going to turn up. I'm keeping an eye out for the really peak happy ones because those ones sound deepest and most realistic. But I can't control what it's going to produce. I don't yet have a fitness function for please only give me peaky ones. Just all this other stuff. Be fun to find though. 674, this is another RMS happy one. Any of that can show up anywhere basically. There's really no way of telling what you're going to get. Got two more to play with. Interesting. 14.27 minus 6.35. Well, that's not the... So it's 7.92. It's pretty close to 8, but not. We're going to listen to it regardless. We're going to hear what it sounds like compared to some of these other ones. Yeah. I mean, these are essentially random numbers. I've evaluated it so that nearly all the random numbers actually sound good, but that said, there's a lot to unpack here. So 14.01 minus 6.51, 7.5. So this also is a sort of medium Joe. But what do they sound like? Yeah, I'll be your Tom Hanks for today, right? You never know what you're going to get. So here we have the successful ones from previously, including ones from today, because there were ones that showed up in the middle today, and then the replacements. So for instance, here's one from yesterday, which is a large one that showed up as green RMS density. Here's another. Here's what we just made. I feel like there's a slight edge in depth. You guys can move over here temporarily for evaluation purposes. It'll show which one's which, but I'll get to go back and forth between these more easily. So before, today. These sound kind of cheaper. There's a little more metallicness or something. These sound more acoustic. Okay, now how about some of these other guys? These are very dense. They all sound very similar. Oh, this one's a lot smaller. Okay, so now let's compare that with other ones. 1011 gray versus much older 1021 gray. How are we doing with these boys? New one. Old one. Oh, no. Okay, so that's hot garbage. No bueno. So these very dense ones have a real thickness to the reverb. Foggy sounding. But it's way better. If you could hear this, it's bouncing around. You can hear this. Give me a second. So check this out. DI for stream in our last 8 minutes of streaming. Here is today's. Here is somewhat less today. Back to today. And then for good measure, enjoy some guitar. You got to hear that before I ever got to hear it. I've never heard it before, and I had sent it to stream first. That just shows how much I love you. Now I'm going to go and hear it. Come on. Come on. What do you got to do? There we go. Yeah, that works. And then a little small one. So the difference between the gray one, all RMS, and this one, which is all peak, is it's a lot thicker. So this is verbing louder, but that's more transparent. And sounds farther away. Like lots farther away. Okay, so Rail Room, you say, how about one of these intermediate ones that normally wouldn't be terribly interesting? Except for, let's hear how this big place sounds like with a guitar in it. And then I think I'm going to go have tacos. That's big sounding. And we have two which are very similar to each other also. So, by contrast, going to be fun running these overnight and seeing how far I can push them. That'll be cool. Yeah. So there you have it. We didn't do any work at all on the card stuff I wanted to work on, and yet I am not sorry, because I'll find time to do this. Probably I'll get it started before Thursday, because then I'll be able to jump right in. But I am not a bit sorry that I did this work on Into the Matrix, because every time I improve it a little bit, I have that much more of a head start on running the whole thing overnight in 15 instances, using up all of the Mac Studio in order to wake up in the morning and have 15 things like these, which are not only as good as these, but in theory are optimized as hard as they can. And now that gets to include using the primary factor thing, which is weighting things really heavily in ways that are more sophisticated than I've done before. Oh, and also I forgot to try the change. So I currently don't know what will happen if I replace the weighting of those green areas with weighting all of because currently what it's doing is it's tracking the highest result, and it's basically shooting for lowest total energy across the entire thing, scaled somewhat by the tilt factor that it has built in there. But I have not actually tried the idea of calculating it that different way, of including all of everything rather than just searching for the high score and basing it only on that. And if I can do both of those things, I could also crossfade between them. And there are many interesting possibilities there, but I would have to do that, and I would have to try it and hear what it sounds like and whether it's actually useful or not. And I do know that what I've got now is producing useful results. So along those lines, I get to go and have tacos now because I have put in a good solid work day. And I don't believe I'm going to need to walk out to the car place because I have heard nothing from them. Nor should they be wanting me to walk in 100-degree weather. I get to go out there in the morning, most likely. So I'll talk to you later. And I'll see you folks on Thursday, where hopefully we can work on the card game one. Because I really would like to get that going. I'm kind of waiting on that to jump into the studio and start playing with some of the new things like Soft Clock and Pointy Deluxe and all of that. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.